Let me bring this thing closer. See, y'all, I was not ready. I told y'all. It's just all happening so fast. Yeah, I went live early. Let's wait. Let's let some people get in here. They were like, wait, I got 15 more minutes. But we're doing this because I want to see this Koberger thing. I'm very, very interested. I'm very interested. So I paused it. They barely just started. Let me go back really, really quick and say hello. Lois was in here at 6:05 this morning. Lois. Oh, Lois, you're up too early. 6:05. I was just going to bed at 5 o'clock, so I hear you. True Crime William stopped by. Maria stopped by. GSD Mom stopped by. Look, all early. All right, you clean, True Crime. You clean. I'm just playing stuff in the background. I think Paula might be going to clean too after I get started, so she can just listen. But okay, we have Koberger hearing first. We're gonna play this, and yeah, I paused it, so let's make sure.
All right, we are on the record in State v. Koberger, CR 0124 31665. Present today by video is the defendant in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Barlow, and Ms. Massoth. State is represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Hurwitz, and Ms. Jennings. On behalf of the media petitioners, we have Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing is to discuss the media's request to terminate the non-dissemination order. The state filed a response indicating it was no longer objecting to that, and the defense did file an objection indicating that they do have a continued objection to lifting the non-dissemination order. I've read the briefs that have been provided by the parties, and I'm going to attempt to shortcut things here a little bit by asking whether the defense, who is the objecting party, has anything additional to add beyond what it had in its briefing before. I don't know that I need to hear from, frankly, the petitioner. I think the briefing was adequate, so let me just start with Ms. Taylor to see if there's anything else she wants to add.
Your Honor, there is not, but if there's further argument, Ms. Barlow will be making that argument on behalf of the defense.
All right. And to be fair, Ms. Olson, was there anything you felt was important to add that was not contained within your briefing?
Your Honor, we would just briefly say in response to the defendant's brief, we certainly understand the expressed concern about the media coverage of their client. We don't think continuing the non-dissemination order helps that at all. It simply continues to limit the ability of the members of the press to reach out to the people who know the most about the case. It doesn't obligate them to say anything. We also understand that they expressed that there was a due process right related to the sentencing. I read the case that they submitted. I think that there is obviously a due process right at sentencing, but I don't think that case is really it doesn't provide any guidance to the court here, because that was about information provided to the court, and given the very limited scope, and we understand it's very important, but given the very limited scope of what's to be decided at the sentencing, we don't think the arguments that Mr. Koberger made should outweigh at this stage the First Amendment rights of our clients. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, in light of that response by the media outlets or interested outlets, Ms. Barlow, do you want to add anything?
I would only say, Your Honor, as this court is well aware, the publicity in this case is so extensive and emotions are already so high that adding fuel to the fire of media interviews or a rush to interview people as they leave the courthouse or enter the courthouse would only increase the concerns that the defense has. And even though the plea has a specific sentence attached to it, as this court is well aware, things happen in plea hearings and, sentencing hearings. And to minimize the possibility of that, we request that this order stay in place.
All right, thank you. All right, as the court has considered the petition, frankly, the court was prepared at the time the plea was entered to lift the non-dissemination order in order to give the parties time to evaluate that and to ensure I wasn't missing anything. When both sides objected, I agreed to continue the non-dissemination order. I also indicated that I would have the potential to look at that again before sentencing, because frankly, I anticipated the motion from somebody, in this case, the Ms. Olson and her clients, was likely to be coming. At this point, I do not believe the purpose of the non-dissemination order, the primary purpose, which is to ensure that we can seat a impartial jury, is any longer at play. The concerns identified by the defendant, while certainly not to minimize those, they are concerns and they are significant concerns. I do not think, however, the non-dissemination order and the right of the public to information is outweighed or outweighs those rights, I should say. And frankly, I don't think that lifting the non-dissemination order will meaningfully impact those concerns. I mean, the media frenzy, as it has been described, will continue regardless. It is a little bit like a, water will find low ground. In this case, the media is going to write about something regardless about this case. The lifting the non-dissemination order does not require the counsel or others who were previously bound by it to speak. And the state has indicated they don't intend to until after the sentencing. And certainly I would hope that the media interests would respect those positions and give people the space that they need and request. In terms of, for example, the defendant's family and others coming and going at the sentencing, we intend to have, as we did before, appropriate security measures in place to ensure that they, as well as the victims, are allowed to get in and out unscathed by the media, if that's what they wish to do, or if they wish to speak to the media, they can do that as well. At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order. But I want to point out what that means and what it doesn't mean. So obviously nobody's required to speak to the media, first of all. Second of all, I want to be clear that the court's prior preservation order to the parties is not lifted and continues to stay in place. And so it's important to understand that those obligations still exist. And then the other thing I want to point out is that by lifting the non-dissemination order, that does not convert sealed documents to unsealed documents. Documents previously sealed by the court are still sealed. Now, I see the media also filed a petition to be heard to unseal everything. I'm denying that outright. The request.
I'm going to pause and say something really quick right there. Yeah, there are things that do not need to be unsealed. Absolutely not. And I think the judge is correct on making that decision. There are some things. Good morning, beginner. yeah, there are some things that don't need to be let out into the public.
To intervene because I think it's premature at this point. So the court will its intent is to, after sentencing, begin the process of reviewing all the sealed material in this case to determine what should be unsealed and what should not be unsealed. That process will include an opportunity for counsel to register any objections to unsealing documents, specific documents, and request to redact certain sealed documents before they are unsealed, or unseal them in a redacted form. I intend to do that in groupings of documents at a time. As I sit here now, my thought is I'm going to start from newest to oldest because those are the ones that I have the most working knowledge of as to the reason for the sealing of the documents, as well as the content of those documents. And so I think I can get through those more quickly. As we move backward in time, it's going to take further, more extensive review by the court to figure out, to obviously review the content of those documents, listen to those hearings, et cetera, and determine why they were sealed and whether that rationale still is necessary, or that rationale still requires the documents to maintain that sealed status. And so before everybody gets out their pen and paper and sends in public records requests, understand those will be denied for sealed records until they are unsealed. And that process is going to take time. And I'm not talking days. I'm probably not talking weeks for that to be accomplished. So I hope people understand patience will be required to get through that, as I'm going to have to review those myself to make those decisions. Now, we may be able to speed things up if neither party objects to groupings of documents or specific documents being unsealed. But it's important to review those because those documents may include information that, pursuant to Rule 32, are not to be made public, including birth dates, social securities, information about minors and victims, and information that would be essentially inappropriate to unseal, including protection of individuals from undue harassment, et cetera. And so that's just going to take time. In addition, I'm unlikely to unseal much until after sentencing and after the appeals period has run. Now, I recognize the plea agreement includes a waiver of the right to appeal, but as the parties probably know, the U.S. Supreme Court in Garza versus Idaho has indicated the fact that a defendant waives the right to appeal doesn't mean they don't have the right to appeal. And so it may affect the outcome of that appeal, and it may affect the underlying case and the plea agreement. But nonetheless, the right to appeal does not go away because of the waiver. And so I think it's important for that time period to also play itself out to see that it goes the way that I think people intend and expect it to. And so I will be entering an order in the next week or so outlining the process for the review of the sealed records. And counsel will need to maintain a presence in the case in order to review those materials as they are proposed to be unsealed by the court. Because the timeline that I will likely give you will not be, I suspect, extensive as for each group of records. So I might give you 14 days, for example, to provide a response as to a group of, a dozen or a couple dozen records at a time. So just sort of heads up and fair play with respect to that. Any questions by the parties about the ruling today?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, do you have any
And
questions?
I don't, Your Honor. I wasn't certain if I was included within the parties. I would just say I think that the court's proposed manner of moving forward on the sealed records will likely largely address our interests, and we appreciate the court setting that out in this hearing today.
Yeah. If certain records after review maintain their sealed status, it would be at that point that I would entertain requests for me to consider that more formally and to have a voice in that. But I think until I've gone through that process, it's premature, which is why I don't intend to take up your motion, your more recent filed motion at this time. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
all right. And with that, then we are adjourned. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that was interesting. So, excuse me. Oh, hey, Katya's here too. See, Cindy sneaked in while I was like not paying attention. See, y'all be sneaking in. Maria's in here. William, look, everybody. Y'all just file in. 6 months? Look at you, Katya. Look at you. Yeah, I like the short. Look. Bye, Brian. Short and sweet. Yes, Katya. 6 months. We appreciate you. You appreciate you. How does that work? Gardenbot's here too. He's here too. We'll tell him hi from us. Hi. Okay, we're gonna go over and yeah, this one. Oh my goodness, this one. Let me get the sound all situated first. And when they start this morning, they just jump right in. You know how they are in this court TV trials. They just jump in feet first. Look at Maria. She's like, I'm catching up, Katya. Oh, Katya, what are you talking about? What are you even talking about? I'm not sure. I mean, Katya, is it body paint? Just because I'm nosy. And no, you don't have to answer that. Yeah, look, even Maria, Katya. I think that's probably a TMI moment right now. Paula, that is what she typed. I just put it on the screen. Yeah, I know, right? Wow. Oh, that's why. That's why you paint naked, because you don't want to get your clothes dirty. Oh, they're painting in the bedroom. Okay, but why, Katya, why are you naked painting? Katya, why are you naked painting? I'm you are knocking me off the rails today. Oh, okay. I'm going to hit play on this thing and mute because they just jump right in on this stream. So here we go.
Her face, but the rest of her is there. I'm not naming the agency because I don't want to bring any more attention to it. But we have a lot of medical today with what I anticipate injury photos. So I'm just asking the court to remind the media again of the court constructions, and that would include exhibits.
Okay, hold up. You got to give me a minute. I'm pushing wrong button. I'm pushing buttons, but they're wrong ones. Pushing wrong buttons. Hold up. Come on. Come up here and talk. We'll talk in the water for a minute. Come on. Tell me about it. Can I eat a piece of my kolache while you... Wait. I'll wait till she comes up. We need to know. No. She cannot. She's not allowed. No toes. No, look, she's got clothes on. Okay.
I've got clothes on.
I looked before I popped her up here because we're not looking at toes. We're not looking at feet. We're not.
Now, garden bot is it's not completely naked, but it's just because we do have painting clothes to paint the house, but we don't know where we put. Because I'll show you how my house is. Hang on, let me get up from the floor because No more furniture. How do I turn the camera? The camera.
Okay.
Oh, here. Got. So this is my bedroom right now. See, all this craziness. This is my bedroom. This was all blue, so we painted now white. And wait, this is my living room. So do you guys like it? My
Oh
living
my
room.
gosh.
So
Oh,
this
you
is
got
the
a mess.
state. So this is the state of my life right now. So yeah, and I'm covered in paint too.
It's
So
so good to see
so
you.
it's so good to see you guys. Hello everybody. But yeah.
It's good to see you. I've missed
Oh, don't cry. I miss you guys too. You're gonna make me cry, man.
you.
Oh, I miss you
You'll see, it's
guys.
my throat thing again. I told y'all. I got that throat thing.
No, come on, dude, bro. But don't cry, man. You're gonna make me cry as well. And I was like, no, can't cry. I don't know. I miss you guys so much. It's just some days are just crazy and can't. Sorry, I'm putting on the ladder so I don't have to hold the phone. But you might be. Hello, everybody. I know the joys of moving house, isn't it, Cindy? And hello, beginning crafter. Hi, it's me and the ladder. My favorite but yeah, this is how things are crazy, and yeah, it is absolutely insane how much we still. I know we miss you too. Garden Pop would come and say hello, but he is, well, not presentable for the stream and for the YouTube, so
You'll get us canceled.
yeah, exactly. Get us canceled. So don't want that. So
Looky there.
I know it's so good to see you, Paula, as well. It's so good to see you, everybody. And yeah, I do miss you guys. And hey, guess what? The box of the American treat has come in, so I'm hoping I can find the time this weekend to do something. So
All right. That would
yeah.
be great. Yeah, we
So
need
we
a
can
video
try
of
to do
you
a
and
live stream, but we'll see how it goes,
okay.
the timing and everything. But
You
yeah.
just let me know. You just let me know and we'll
Well, Garden Pot is
I'll be
not
here.
wearing anything. Well, no, yeah, no. Is yeah, no, not presentable. Sorry, it's presentable to me, but I'm his wife, so.
That's so funny.
So no,
Look at that beautiful smile.
Oh, yay! Me and Delaza made you smile. Yeah, this is not OnlyFans Garden Pot. You stay there. It's just literally currently there after something that we're gonna get rid of, and but yeah. So
This is not OnlyFans.
yeah, no, it's not. Right, I'll let you guys crack on with trial. I'll
All
be in the
right.
background listening because we have more painting to do.
All
But it
right.
was
Have
great to
fun.
see you, everybody.
Love you,
Bye.
girl. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry. Y'all know I'm a yeah, we've discussed that. So here we go. All right. Back to trial. So she just jumped right in. All right, I'm gonna mute and we'll go to this. And I might turn my camera off to eat a couple bites of my breakfast real quick.
Posted evidence and exhibits posted of minors and especially any alleged victim injury photos. Plainly, it feels like common sense to the state. That appears to not be the case. So I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one. I got a text message from Dr. Stankus this morning. Apparently, she had problems with her flight leaving at 8 o'clock. She couldn't get out of there till 9 o'clock. She anticipates landing at 11:50, and we'll try to be here as quickly as possible. Or excuse me, 12:50. She's landing instead of 11:50, and she will be here. She said hopefully by 2:15, no later than 2:30. I informed her that if we aren't finished today, she'll have to come back, and she understands that.
All right, thank you.
We would ask, though, if the court would allow maybe if
He's talking about
done.
Real quick. He's talking about they're going to take that one witness out of order, and it's from their side. And I think because they had to fly in and make a special trip or something like that. So I think that's why this one witness is going out of order, and that should be today.
Going a few minutes past 4:30 if the court will allow.
All right. I would indicate I can go as late as 4:45. The timing is not for myself, but we have other people who are present in the courtroom and people who in fact don't work for the court. The clerk is works for the clerk's office, which is separate from the court. We also have to close the courtroom and the courthouse itself. And so we have security and all of those things, which is why 4:45 is as late as I can go. We can readdress things as we are getting into it and talk about, well, let's be optimistic that we can conclude Dr. Stankus this afternoon. I certainly will be prepared to get her on the stand as soon as she arrives. Thank you for that updated information, Mr. Kading. Ms. Zoe?
Your Honor, I apologize. I just wanted to also let the court know that the state's first witness, Zenobia Rivas, she is the forensic nurse examiner who conducted the strangulation exam. And I have spoken with Mr. Kading and Mr. Leary. Given the amount of information that is in her report, rather than many times of refreshing her recollection, because she cannot remember every single injury and the point in time at which it occurred, more or less, is my way of describing it. Defense does not have any issues with her, in essence, reading from her report in certain circumstances. So to move her testimony along.
All right, thank you. Is that your agreement, Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so Ms. Zoe, obviously consistent with the rules, the exhibit normally is provided to the witness, and then they are asked if they can need it to refresh their recollection. Instead of using that procedure, the exhibit will simply be provided to her and she will refer to it as necessary to answer questions.
Your Honor, I can't let the court know that I plan on doing, I guess, a little bit of foundation to have her at least say that she cannot remember every detail and she would need to review her report to answer certain questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues for the court's consideration?
I do not.
All right, to go back now to the issue raised by Ms. Stone, the court's ruling as it relates to media being able to record or photograph this proceeding in any fashion includes the restriction that no minor or the alleged victim who was a minor at the time that this incident occurred or allegedly occurred. And I am prohibiting there to be any publishing or recording of the minor victims or the alleged victim. So that includes not only during their testimony in court, but also when exhibits are published that contain images of these individuals. And when I said no recording, I have and continue to allow audio recording, but not anything that captures their image. That is not allowed. It has never been allowed under the terms of my pretrial ruling and should not be occurring. Bring the jury in, please.
You know, it's kind of
go ahead and bring
strange.
your witness in, please.
It's kind of strange that she is saying that almost every day. I mean, we're on what, day 4, I think, and she has mentioned that for the last 3 days now that I am completely aware of. So I wonder if there's a problem on the backside that's going on that we don't know about with disseminating some photos or something that's getting leaked out somewhere or something. It's just a curiosity. Because she keeps having to mention it, you know?
We are going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would like to call Zenobia Rivas.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? I do. Please come forward and be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Fine.
If you, the microphone can adjust, and then if you just need to speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Synovia Rivas, Rivas.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a health service administrator at Nisqually Correctional Facility, and I'm also a forensic nurse examiner.
And you indicated you're a health service administrator. What is a health service administrator?
I run the medical department at the Nisqually Jail.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a health service administrator?
I oversee the medical department. I have about 40 employees that I manage, and I provide patient care. Sometimes I have to cover the floor, and I manage the relationship between custody and medical.
Okay. And you also indicated you are a forensic nurse examiner. Is that, and what hospitals do you provide services to as a forensic nurse examiner?
I work at St. Pete's in Lacey, Centralia Hospital, Madigan on JBLM, and Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend.
Okay. And when you say you are also, so you indicated you're a health service administrator and you're also a forensic nurse examiner for the hospitals you mentioned. Are both occupations full-time, or how does that work?
I'm full-time at the jail, excuse me, and then I work part-time on call for the other hospitals.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, when you say on call, what do you mean by that?
I pick up shifts, and then when needed, they call me on the days that I'm on call, and I perform the exams.
Okay. And if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
My education, I have a bachelor's degree in nursing.
Okay. And then in addition to your bachelor's degree in nursing, have you attended any additional trainings?
Yes.
And what are some of those trainings?
I have about 125 hours in adult and pediatric SANE training. I also have strangulation training and excuse me.
Are you okay?
I am.
Do you need some water?
I do, yes, please.
Okay, we'll get you some water.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. You indicated you have, as part of your additional training, you mentioned adult and pediatric SANE. What is SANE? Is that an acronym?
Yes, it's sexual assault nurse examiner.
Okay. And you also what is a sexual assault nurse examiner?
I provide exams to individuals that report that they have been sexually assaulted.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have strangulation training. And what is that training composed of?
It's training on how to perform or conduct strangulation exams.
Okay. And when it comes to conducting strangulation exams, where are those examinations conducted at?
In the emergency department at the hospital.
The hospitals you mentioned that you're on call for?
Yes.
Okay. And when you conduct strangulation examinations, do you only conduct examinations on adults or on children or both?
Adults and adolescents and pediatrics.
Okay. And approximately how many strangulation exams have you conducted?
Approximately 10 to 13.
Okay. You indicated that you are when you're on call for the hospital, such as Providence St. Peter's and Providence Centralia Madigan, and the hospital you mentioned in Port Townsend, you indicated you were on call as a forensic nurse examiner. What is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is, I perform sexual assault exams or non-fatal strangulation exams.
Okay. And then is your top priority as a forensic nurse examiner patient care still?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is pressure applied to the neck with the intent to impede blood flow and breathing.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have training and also experience in conducting non-fatal strangulation. What do you mean by non-fatal strangulation?
That is when someone does not die.
Okay. And we often hear people sometimes say they're being choked when describing pressure being applied to their neck. In the medical context, what is choking?
Choking is when a foreign body blocks the airway.
Okay. And as a forensic nurse examiner, how you indicated that you would be on call for the hospitals. When you're on call for the hospitals, are you located at the hospital or are you located somewhere else?
No, I'm at my house, I'm at my home when I'm on call.
Okay. And then how are you notified that your services are needed?
The hospital will contact me and let me know that there's an exam. My services are needed.
Okay. And when the patient comes to, you indicated strangulation exams are conducted at the emergency rooms in the hospitals. When a patient comes to the emergency room and advised, let's say they have been strangled, are they being evaluated by a medical doctor first, or do they see a forensic nurse examiner like yourself first?
That depends.
Okay. What does that depend on?
It depends on how fast I can arrive to the ER, how busy the ER is, and I guess the nature of the person's injuries.
Okay. And how is a strangulation exam typically conducted?
It's conducted in the emergency department, and if I'm performing it myself, it's the head-to-toe assessment. I gather background information and then document my findings and consult with the provider.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you're also very soft-spoken. If you could speak
sorry.
up and just, you can actually move the chair closer to the microphone if you need to.
Okay. Sorry.
You indicated that the strangulation exam is you described it as a head-to-toe exam. What is
Y'all, I lost sound on the screen. Hold up. I have to refresh. I screwed up. I wanted to pop that funny kid up there and I messed it up, damn it. Let me put the screen up. Hold up. I'm sorry. See, I tried to be silly and I screwed up the whole damn thing.
Observe the scalp, look inside the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and just move down, observing in every inch of the body.
okay?
With visually.
Okay. And as far as a head-to-toe exam, you mentioned that you described it as you're literally observing a patient from the top of the head and every inch of the body until you get to their feet. As part of that examination, are you also asking the patient questions about how they're feeling in certain areas?
Yes, I do ask if they have any concerns.
Okay. And what's the importance of asking the patient if they have any concerns?
To focus my my exam in those areas and pay closer attention to the areas that they report.
Okay. When it comes to, based on your training experience with strangulation, when it comes to strangulation, are there sometimes signs or symptoms as a result of strangulation that cannot be physically observed with the eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and how, where did you see her?
At St. Peter's
Okay, in Lacey?
in Lacey.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you saw Miss Ali?
I believe it was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And did you did you in fact conduct a strangulation exam with Miss Ali?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you first met, you indicated that you did the examination with Fatima at the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital. Was it where in the emergency department? Was it in the lobby? Was it in a room?
In an exam room.
Okay. And when you first met with Fatima, what did you do?
I introduced myself and explained who I am and what I do, and the exam itself. I typically like to lay out what I do. I basically lay out what I do.
Okay, what's the importance? You indicated that well, let me ask you this. You said you introduce yourself and you explain to the patient what you do. As part of that explanation, do you also advise them what the examination process will look like?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it up to the patient to decide whether they want to go forward with the exam?
Yes, I make it really clear that they're in control of the exam, and that I always say they're driving the bus. So if at any time they want to stop, they're completely in control.
Okay. And did Fatima choose to proceed with the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated earlier, as part of the strangulation exam, that you would do a head-to-toe visual inspection. I use the word inspection. A visual inspection. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did you also document your findings or observations of any external injuries?
Yes.
And the documentation process, do you document that as part of a report that you would generate?
Yes.
Okay. And during the strangulation exam, you described earlier that during a strangulation exam, you also ask the patient questions about any reported symptoms or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise see with your own eyes. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did she provide you with responses?
Yes.
And did you also document those responses in your report?
I did, yes.
And to assist with your testimony, would you need to review your report to answer certain questions?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. And you indicated that as part of the strangulation exam, you will ask the patient questions about any symptoms or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise visually see yourself with your eyes. What's the purpose of asking the patient about any symptoms or concerns that they may be exhibiting?
The importance is, again, to help me assess and examine potentially any further I cannot think of the word off the top of my head, sorry, procedures or scans that may need to happen.
Okay. And based on your training experience, are there certain symptoms you would expect to see from a patient who may have been who may have had pressure applied to their neck.
Yes.
And what are some of those symptoms?
Difficulty speaking. They could have change in their voice, memory loss, difficulty breathing, loss of consciousness, pain in the neck, some bruising, abrasions, bleeding from the eyes and nose, nausea, vomiting. There could be incontinence of the bowel and bladder,
Okay.
things like that.
And all those symptoms that you described, do you see that in every patient that you conduct a strangulation exam on?
No,
Okay. And why is that?
everybody's different. Everybody presents differently, and sometimes you could have significant amount of injuries, and others you could see nothing visibly, but there could be some internal injuries. It's just case by case.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it. And Ms. Rivas, do you recognize Exhibit 82?
Yes,
And what is Exhibit 82?
it's my documentation of my strangulation exam with Fatima.
Okay. And would it help refresh your recollection in answering some questions? Let me rephrase my question. Would it help refresh your recollection to review and to read from your report in answering certain questions that will be asked?
Yes.
You have permission to review your report if you are unable to answer the question directly to help refresh your recollection.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rivas, as part of the strangulation exam, do you, you indicated that you do a head to toe exam, but you also testify that you would ask the patient about their symptoms and concerns. As part of, in addition to those things, do you also ask the patient to sort of describe in their own words about what happened during a strangulation episode?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of asking the patient about having them relate to you what had occurred?
To help drive my exam and the areas that I need to focus on.
Okay. And in this case, did you ask Fatima to sort of describe to you in her own words what she remembered happening?
Yes.
Okay. And did she in fact tell you what had occurred during the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, would it please, well, let me ask you this. What did Fatima tell you about what had occurred during the alleged strangulation incident?
Well, she told me a lot, but
Ms. Rivas, I'm specifically asking you about what Fatima indicated occurred that resulted in, if any, pressure applied to her neck.
she reported to me that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and placed in a headlock.
Okay, and does she indicate who grabbed her by her sweatshirt and placed her in the headlock?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her dad.
Okay. And what does she say? Does she tell you what happened after being placed in a headlock by her dad?
That she lost consciousness.
Okay. Does she tell you anything else that she remembers seeing or hearing?
Could you elaborate on that question?
Sure. So you indicated that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and that she was placed in the headlock, and you indicated she lost consciousness. Does she say anything else about what she remembers seeing right before, or right after losing consciousness?
She reported that she felt dizzy.
Okay.
She reported some numbness.
Does she also indicate anything about what had occurred with her mom as part of the strangulation exam?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that her mom grabbed her, put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did Fatima indicate to you that when her mom did that, what, if anything, does she do?
She asked her to stop.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you testified that as part of the exam, you will ask the patient about any reported symptoms they have. In this case, did you ask Fatima whether she had a headache at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Yes. She had a headache.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she had the headache during the alleged strangulation, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
May I reference my?
Yes.
You may.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
She reported a headache after.
Okay. And what about feeling dizziness or lightheaded? Did you ask Fatima whether she felt dizzy or lightheaded at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she felt dizzy and lightheaded after.
Okay. And when you say after, are you referring to after the alleged incident?
Correct.
Okay. And then did you also ask Fatima whether or not she had loss of consciousness during the incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she lost consciousness during the incident. Yes.
Okay. And then what about any memory loss? What did she report about memory loss, if any?
She reported that she was having some memory difficulties.
During the incident, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
During the incident.
Okay. And what if, did she provide you with any other details about memory loss during the incident?
May I?
You may. You have ongoing permission to refer
Okay.
to your report.
Thank you. She reported fuzzy feeling like her whole life was flashing before her eyes.
Okay. And then what about confusion or agitation? Does she report having any confusion as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had confusion during and after.
Okay. And what about any weakness or numbness? Does she report any weakness or numbness as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had weakness and numbness during the strangulation.
Okay. And what about vision changes?
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she had visual changes during the exam. That everything was getting darker and darker.
Okay. And when you say, I'm trying to see clarification, you indicated that Fatima indicated that she had vision changes during the exam?
I'm sorry, during the strangulation. Correction.
And did she report whether she had any blood coming from her ear, nose, or mouth?
She did not report any, and I did not observe any.
Okay. And then what about any ringing in her ears?
She did report ringing in her ears after the strangulation.
Okay. And then what about neck pain? Did she report having any neck pain?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had neck pain during, after, and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And then did she report whether she had a sore throat as it relates to the incident?
She did.
And what was her response?
That she had a sore throat after and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And what about any difficulty swallowing?
She reported that she had difficulty swallowing after and during the exam.
Okay. And did she report whether she had any pain with swallowing as it relates to this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She did have it after and during my exam.
Okay. And then what about any voice changes or hoarseness?
She did have hoarse changes and voice. Yes.
Okay. And was that, at what point does she have the voice change or hoarseness in her voice?
She reported after.
Okay. And then does she report whether she had any hyperventilation as part of this incident?
Yes, she did.
And what was her response?
After the strangulation.
Okay. And what about difficulty breathing? Did she report having any difficulty breathing?
Yes, she did report difficulty breathing.
Okay. Was it at what point?
After and during our exam.
And when you say after, are you referring to after the exam or after the incident?
After the incident.
Okay. And then does she indicate whether she had pain in any other areas of her body?
She reported pain on her left shoulder and her left hip.
Okay.
Why did they go quiet? It's like it froze or something because
They that they have been strangled. Do you also ask them questions about, from their own standpoint, the sort of the level of pressure that they felt that was applied to their neck area?
Yes.
Okay. And when you ask the question, is the estimated level of pressure on a scale, or how is that? How do you ask about that question?
It's based on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst.
Okay. And then did you ask Fatima that question?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said it was a 5 out of 5.
Okay. And did she indicate what her estimated length of time was as it relates to the pressure that was applied to her neck?
I'm going to reference my notes. She said about 5 minutes.
Okay. And as part of that examination process, does she, you ask her questions about, as it related to her dad, does she also make any statements about what, if anything, her mom did to her during the incident?
That she put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did she also indicate what she was feeling or thinking was going to happen to her during the alleged strangulation?
She thought she was.
Overruled.
She thought she was going to die.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you talked about earlier with regards to the strangulation exam that part of it involves sort of a visual head to toe exam. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also document your observations in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did the examination, well, let me ask you this question. When Fatima first arrived at the ER, did she have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of the examination process, was her clothes left on or did they have to come off?
No, I asked my patients to put a gown on, a hospital gown.
And you testified that as part of the head-to-toe exam, you described the process in which you would conduct the head-to-toe exam. Did you follow that same procedure and process in this case with Fatima?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you make regarding her face or her head or scalp area?
That she had some injuries.
Okay, and what were some of your observations?
She had some red spots on her face and neck, small red spots, and
Okay.
some abrasions.
Okay, and what are abrasions?
They're superficial injuries in the skin.
Okay. When you say superficial injuries, like, are we talking about, is that a bruise? Is that a cut? Is that a scrape?
Usually it would be considered like a scratch or a scrape.
Okay. And based on your training experience with regards to strangulation, what can cause, during a strangulation episode, what can cause abrasions to the body?
They can be caused by an object or like the friction between the skin due to grabbing.
Okay.
Or the pressure applied.
Okay. And what about her shoulder area? Did you know any injuries to her shoulder area?
She had an abrasion on her shoulder.
Okay. And what about her neck area and under her chin?
She had an abrasion there as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was besides the examination that you conducted as part of Fatima's stay at the emergency room on October 18th, were further testing ordered for her?
Yes.
And what were some of those testing as it relates to the strangulation incident?
A head and neck CT.
Okay, what's a CT?
It's a scan.
Okay. And after the exam, was Fatima released from the hospital right away?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether she stayed at the hospital overnight or was she released like 3 or 4 hours later?
I believe she stayed a few days.
Okay. And you indicated that you've conducted more than one strangulation exam. Are all patients who arrive at the emergency room indicating that they may have been strangled? Do they all stay overnight or for a few days?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
You know, Echo might have a point. I never thought about cameras being in there and her
Revis,
being
I've
nervous.
handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 67 to 81. If you could look through those and let me know when you're done looking through them. Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are Exhibits 67 to 81?
The photographs that I took of Fatima.
Okay, and do those photographs accurately depict the your observations of the injuries that she had on her body?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibits 67 to 81.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
67 through 81 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Fatima.
And when you first arrived at the emergency room, was Fatima already there?
Yes.
Okay, and was that when you first saw her? Is this basically her appearance?
Yes.
Exhibit 68. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A closer up of her face.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking sort of photographs of the patient's whole body or their face?
Reference and baseline.
What do you mean by reference and baseline?
A reference when we document injuries, and then appearance if there's any issues with like anything different with their clothes, and then a close up of her face.
Okay, close up. What's the purpose of taking a photo of close up of her face?
Just for documentation purposes.
Okay. Exhibit 69. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The debris in her hair.
Exhibit 70. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
An abrasion on her neck.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this area that is sort of in the semi-upper portion of the center of the image. What are we looking at here?
A linear abrasion.
Okay. Exhibit 71. What are we looking at in this photograph?
The right side of her face, to just as a reference.
Okay.
And The area around her eye.
Okay. And when you say the area around her eye, what is the purpose of taking a photograph of the area around her eye?
To document abnormal findings.
And did you have abnormal findings around the area of her eye?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Small red circular spots on her, around her eyes.
Okay. And when you say small red circular spots, are you referring to this area that is in the middle of the image?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those small red dots?
They can be indicative of petechiae.
Okay. And what is petechiae?
Petechiae is the small, less than 3 millimeter spots that are indicative of like capillary rupture.
Okay. Exhibit 73, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Her neck, an abrasion.
Okay. And when you say abrasion, are you referring to this line that is in the middle of the image?
Correct.
Okay. And is there also discoloration that is surrounding the abrasion here?
Yes.
Exhibit 74, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A close-up of the neck and the abrasions on the neck.
Okay. And we sort of see you have what looks like a ruler that is going through the, going down the right-hand side of the image and then going across the bottom of the image. What's the purpose of having that ruler there?
To reference the length of the abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 75, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Abrasions.
And is there, we see here in the sort of the center of the photograph, the coloration is different than compared to the rest of her skin tone. Is that discoloration on her neck area as well?
Yes.
Exhibit 76. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph? Let me zoom it out.
Close-up of the previous photo documenting the length with the ruler of the abrasion.
Okay. And is this on her left side of her neck or on her right, on the right side of her neck?
Right.
Exhibit 77. Can you tell the jury what you're trying to document in this photograph? Let's zoom in for you.
Abrasions.
Okay. And is this on the left side of her neck or on her right side?
The left side.
Exhibit 78. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The left side of her neck, abrasions.
And when you say abrasions, are you referring to sort of this circular line that is running down sort of the center of the image?
Yes.
And is there also discoloration surrounding the abrasion?
Yes.
Exhibit 79. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
The ruler to measure and reference the left abrasions.
Exhibit 80, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Fatima's left shoulder.
Okay. And what are you trying to document with regards to this photograph?
The abrasions.
Exhibit 81, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Her left shoulder.
Okay.
Abrasions.
And is there also discoloration that is being depicted in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to speak up. She needs to quit rubbing her hands together. That is messing with my ears. Oh my God, that is so triggering to me. Stop rubbing your hands. Please, lady.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify, you said, good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
You said you arrived and did the examination at about what time?
About 6 p.m.
Okay. And you ran through a bunch of symptoms that had been reported during and after this incident,
Yes.
right? And that included headache, dizzy, lightheaded, and I'm going to combine both during and after, loss of consciousness, memory loss, confusion, weakness, numbness, vision changes, and ringing from ears, correct?
Correct.
And by the time you did this report at 6 o'clock, those had all resolved. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the only ones that were still noted at 6 o'clock were the neck pain, sore throat, difficulty swallowing, pain with swallowing, and difficulty breathing, correct?
Correct. And the body pain.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's down at the bottom. Body pain, and that was regarding left shoulder, right?
And left hip.
Okay. Left side of the body, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, all the information that you received from Fatima was her subjective responses to your questions, correct?
It was her response to my questions.
Right. So like you said, you gave her a scale of 1 to 5, and she said 5 on how hard the pressure was, correct?
Yes, she reported in her words, and then I asked her on a scale of 1 to 5.
Okay. So the subjective scale of her saying 1 to 5. Her 5 might be different than my 5.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And she indicated to you that the length of time that the pressure was applied to her was about 5 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had done how many strangulation examinations? 10 to 13, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been doing those examinations?
4 years.
Okay. And how many hospitals are you currently working out of?
4.
4. Okay. All right. I'm looking at your report. Do you still have your copy there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at page 7 of 11 there.
And this is Exhibit
I'm sorry.
82.
Exhibit 82, sorry, Your Honor. I don't have it here in front of me. And I'm looking at page 7. These are where you're noting the examination signs, correct?
Correct.
And it's separated into 8 different categories. And each one of those, I believe, yeah, all 8 of those, and we can go through them just so we have them in the record. On the upper left, it starts face, head, and scalp. Underneath that is eyes. Underneath that is nose. Underneath that is shoulders. Underneath neck under chin on the right side. Underneath that ears. Underneath that mouth. Underneath that chest. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's essentially, it looks like the upper body.
Correct.
Right, okay. And I note that in each one of those, there's a box for petechia. Petechia, if I'm pronouncing it right. Petechii. None of those boxes are checked, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Did she really just correct this guy? How to say petechii? This lawyer. No, sir. No, sir. No.
So your mention on the photo that we were looking at of petechia, that is something that you noted, but you didn't mark on that page. Is that right?
Correct. I put redness on the face.
All right. And is petechia something that you're trained to look for when you do your strangulation exams?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you worked at the jail?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if petechia is something common to a lot of strangulations?
It can be.
Okay. But it doesn't always appear?
No.
Okay. Does the length of time that somebody is strangled, does that make a difference to you when you do your evaluation?
No.
Not at all? Okay. How about the period of length of unconsciousness? Does that make any difference to you?
No.
So why do you ask how long the strangulation is if it doesn't matter?
To get their note of it and so that I can document their findings and then present them to the provider.
Okay. And so if they tell you that and you put it in your report, does everybody else rely on that?
What do you mean by that? Everyone else?
I'm sorry.
You can't ask questions,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you can indicate that you don't understand the question.
I don't understand that.
Well, you prepared this report, right? Strangulation?
Yes.
Okay. And so presumably you've prepared this, other people are going to look at it.
Correct.
Okay. And so they're going to look at the information provided and they are going to assume that you've reported it correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay. So everything that is reported, though, in this portion of the history of what happened comes from the person you're examining, right?
In what portion? I'm sorry. Could you rephrase
When
that?
you're asking them questions, right? Estimated length of time pressure was applied.
Correct.
You're asking the questions of the person you're examining.
Yes.
Okay. And so if they're giving you erroneous information, that affects what other people are going to see, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. And so if they are operating with incorrect information, they could make incorrect assessments, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. And just so we're clear, Fatima did tell you that she fell to the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Approximately how long did you spend with Fatima?
Approximately with her 3 hours.
Okay. And that's entirely in the emergency department?
Correct.
And were you with her continuously, or were there breaks during that time?
I don't recall there were breaks.
Okay. Is that in your experience, is that a pretty typical duration?
Yes.
And your piece of this is kind of, as you've described, the medical examination of Fatima, correct?
Correct.
And then also kind of getting her verbal description, correct?
Correct.
And then, before you were called in, you had no idea of this, correct?
Correct.
And did you review police reports?
No.
And once you finalize your report and she is either admitted or discharged or further down the hospital process, do you have further involvement with her?
No.
Okay. And so safe to assume that you didn't review videos of an incident, right?
Correct.
And that wouldn't normally be a part of your examination, right?
No.
Okay. So you're not necessarily, you have an investigatory role in a medical sense, correct?
I have a role to assess my patient in a medical way.
Okay. Fair. And I'm not trying to, just in terms of you are providing information from a medical sense that is also going to then be used. It gets turned over. We're here in court, right? In a law enforcement aspect, right?
Potentially.
Okay. But it's not your role. And I'm not criticizing, but just kind of defining the parameters. So it's not your role to then further investigate, correct?
Correct.
You're not double checking what she reports based on videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that you should, okay? Just so we're clear. All right. So do you start with the description, or do you start with the medical examination? What's the order of procedure?
I start by getting consent, and then I do a medical history, and then ask the questions. Basically, I follow this form. So I
Okay.
start on page 1, and I move through to the end of the page.
Okay. And I see Providence. So this is a form that is prepared by Providence?
Correct.
And-
And you're referring to Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you have any say in what goes into the form?
No.
All right. So looking on page 3 of 82 is the checklist of symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And it's about 3/4 of a page, single space.
Yes.
And then you're talking, the options are no, during the incident, after the incident, and now, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're able to differentiate, and she was able to differentiate for you kind of when she had certain symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And there were a few notes as to details that she provided, correct?
Correct.
And those details, as she described, pertain to the actions of her dad, correct?
I believe so. Yes. Correct.
Okay. So then we go to page 4, and there is a very long handwritten page, correct?
Yes.
And that is in your handwriting, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that summarizes her description. I think that is entitled History of Assault, correct?
Correct.
And so at this point, she's then kind of going start to finish, kind of that whole day. There's some stuff that happens before the incident and after. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier when she was talking to you, she described certain symptoms, headache, correct?
Yes.
Dizziness, lightheadedness, right?
Yes.
Memory loss, correct?
Yes.
And confusion,
Yes.
among other symptoms that you've previously testified about, correct?
Correct.
And those the descriptions that she had
are not inconsistent with strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And those are, you weren't surprised to hear her talk about kind of the short symptoms I just listed, correct?
No.
Okay. And so when somebody loses consciousness, how is that medically described? What is going on to the person when they lose consciousness?
What is going on? Well, you could say passing out. They're not cognitively there.
Okay. So in terms of, so that would be describing the memory loss, correct? They
No.
don't? Okay. Well, I think this is where lawyers ask obvious questions and we all kind of understand the answer, but we still have to put it in the record. And so if somebody loses consciousness, they're not awake. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And so they're not perceiving events around them and able to describe. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. Which one side effect of that would be memory loss for that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She described confusion during and after.
Yes.
And so did you describe, confusion can be like, what is going on? Like, why is this happening? That would be one form of confusion, correct?
Correct.
There could also be kind of confusion in a medical sense because of loss of oxygen or other things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when somebody loses consciousness, is it like a switch or is it you're kind of drifting in and you're drifting out?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay.
It depends.
Okay. And that's fair. And so when somebody then regains consciousness, they don't necessarily know how long they've been unconscious. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they may have confusion as to what just happened, right?
Possibly.
They could wake up or begin to regain consciousness in a different location from their last memory. Fair?
Fair.
And they may not necessarily know how they got there, correct?
Correct.
And what happened, obviously they wouldn't know what happened while they're unconscious, right?
Correct.
And they would have feelings, pain, correct? Let me rephrase. If they have pain, they don't necessarily know what caused the pain while they were unconscious. Fair?
Correct.
And other symptoms that may have been a product of what happened leading up to being unconscious and while they were unconscious, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she described for you losing consciousness during the incident with her dad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she woke up either in close proximity to her mom or being held and grabbed by her mom, correct? If you recall.
Could you ask that again?
Yeah, so prior to losing consciousness, she was in a struggle with her dad. That's what she described to you, correct?
Correct.
When she woke up, she wasn't still in the struggle with her dad. And I'm asking if you remember. If you don't, that's okay too.
I don't think she specified that.
Okay. Okay. So she just described for you regaining consciousness at some point and didn't delineate where her dad was, where her mom was.
I'm going to reference my note.
Perfect. And you're looking at Exhibit 82?
Yes.
She stated she was on the floor.
Okay. And didn't necessarily say in proximity to mom or to dad in that answer. Is that fair? When she woke up.
She said she was on the floor and my mom was grabbing my neck.
Okay. And so then Did she tell you how long she was held by her mom?
No.
Did she tell you how long she was held by her dad?
She said it felt like 5 minutes.
For her dad?
Correct.
Okay. She then said that she was able to get free from her mom, correct?
Correct.
And then that somebody was holding me, but I don't know who it was, correct?
Correct.
And did she describe what that additional holding was?
No.
And at that point, then she runs to the school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We go to page 5. There's a pre-printed question as to what did the patient think was going to happen? And this is in pertaining to strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And her answer about that pertained to what her dad did, correct?
I believe. Just in general with the situation.
Well, she said that she thought he was going to kill me, right?
Correct.
Okay.
She thought, yes, I thought I was going to die, that he was going to kill me.
Okay. And then when did the strangulation event stop? Isaiah punched Dad, knocking him out.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the strangulation event, it stopped when Dad was stopped by Isaiah. That's what you reported, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of when you regain consciousness and there is a strangulation event, it can affect, we're talking about the neck, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yes. Okay. So strangulation isn't necessary. In the way we're talking about strangulation, we're not talking about compressing someone's chest, right? We're talking about compressing the neck.
Correct. Strangulation involves the neck.
Okay. And that can affect breathing, correct?
Yes.
And it can affect your voice.
Yes.
And your ability to speak.
Yes.
Particularly just after the pressure is released, correct?
No, it could present days later.
Okay. But in terms of if somebody said, I had difficulty speaking after the pressure was released, that would not be uncommon, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody said, I was trying to speak, but I couldn't get words out, that is a possible side effect of strangulation, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I would have to ask more questions if it was, some people are in shock.
Okay.
And that could possibly not they could possibly not produce words in that sense.
Okay. So fair enough. So, I mean, being unconscious can impact your brain is kind of resetting when you're regaining consciousness, correct? Is that
Yes.
okay. And so you could have difficulty speaking from being unconscious, correct?
Yes.
From strangulation, yes?
Potentially.
Okay. And confusion,
Yes.
which she described and she documented, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Ms. Rivas, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions, he asked you several questions about your documentation of petechiae on your report. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
And specifically, he asked you about page 7 of your report, and that's the page that has the different body parts and any observations you made of those body parts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your strangulation exam report, are there also a portion that is labeled traumagram?
Yes.
And what is typically contained in the traumagram portion of the report?
Descriptive documentation of my findings.
Okay. And did you also, with the report that you generated as it pertains to your examination of Fatima, did you also document your findings on pages 8 and 9, that is entitled traumograms?
Yes.
Okay. And on those 2 pages, did you at any point document your findings of petechiae?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you document on page 8 as to the findings of petechiae?
Where I showed 2 and 3. I'm sorry. Area 3, which is the neck, and then 5.
And which area of her face is area 5?
Around the eye. Oh, I'm sorry, correction. The 5 is the eye.
Okay. And then also on page 9 of your report, is that also another page that is allowing you to document any physical findings you observe on the different parts of the body?
Yes.
And do you document any findings of petechiae on that page?
Yes.
And where is the petechiae as you documented for Fatima?
On her cheek.
Okay. And with regards to page 3, which is the page that talks about sort of reported symptoms, Mr. Kading asked you about Fatima's answers to those, and he talked about it that basically it was her subjective, that it was her answers. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, when a patient comes in and indicate they have a headache, is there any magical blood test you can have them do that will say patient has headache?
No.
Okay. Are there any x-rays that can be taken once you see the results, it'll say patient has headache?
No.
Okay. And so when it comes to asking a patient, whether it's as part of a strangulation exam or any time you see a patient outside of the ER, when it comes to asking about headaches and lightheadedness and dizziness, are all of those responses in essence what the patient has to convey to you?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to neck pain, when it comes to the level of pain, is that something that you can is there a blood test that you can have conduct on a patient that'll tell you the amount of pain that they have?
No.
Okay. And is that basically in essence something that is the patient's own words, because there's no test or x-ray that can document pain?
No. Yes, it is their words.
Okay. And with regards to some of the reported symptoms, you talked about some of the symptoms that Fatima had indicated yes to, that she exhibited signs of. Were there also symptoms that she in fact stated that she did not feel like she had?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, she indicated that she never coughed up blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And what about nausea and vomiting? Did she ever say whether she had nausea and vomiting?
She denied any nausea or vomiting.
Okay. And Mr. Leary asked about, I believe his line of questioning at one point, you talked about somebody being in shock. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, when somebody is in shock, is that typical when it comes to somebody who just underwent trauma?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can somebody who just underwent trauma, can that sort of impact their ability to tell time or their sense of time?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to, there was also questions about loss of consciousness. This might sound like a silly question, but when you're unconscious, are you able to tell time?
No.
And are you able to tell the passage of time?
No.
And in this case, did Fatima ever indicate whether she lost consciousness?
She did.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry Recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go. Ms. Zoe, if you could come forward and take Exhibit 82, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, it's
That's horrible, that video. All right. They took a little bit longer than I thought.
Ms. Zoe. Ms. Zoe, do you anticipate that Ms.
Okay, yep. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I got my phone in my hand right here. We're going to the kitchen, guys. So camera's off, but I'm here.
Wall's testimony will likely be concluded before noon? Yes. Okay. So then what I intend to do is to indicate to the jury that we would like them back at 2. That way, in case anyone's running late, everyone will be here by 2:15. And hopefully Dr. Stankus will be here at that time and we can convene at 2:15. Any issue with proceeding that way? I don't want the jury to be here when we know they're not coming in at 1:30. Ms. Zoe? Mr. Katie? Mr. Larry?
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and bring the jury in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one thing. Did you review the language of the instruction we proposed?
I apologize. Yes, I did. And it is very consistent with what I think I would have said had I done it myself. So I will read this as is. Thank you. You can have your witness go ahead and come into the courtroom, please. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we will continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, if you could call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I would like to call Lisa Wall.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lisa Wall, W-A-H-L.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Wall?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a family nurse practitioner at Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
And what is a family nurse practitioner?
I'm an advanced registered nurse practitioner with the capacity to assess, diagnose, and treat.
Okay. And besides working at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, are you also on call sometimes at hospitals?
I am, as a forensic nurse examiner.
Okay. And which hospitals are you on call at?
Providence Centralia Emergency Department, Providence St. Peter Hospital Emergency Department, and at Madigan Emergency Department.
And besides being employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center and then being on call at Providence Centralia, Providence St. Peter's Hospital, and Madigan, do you work at any other medical settings?
I do.
Okay, and where is that?
I'm a per diem registered nurse at Mason General Hospital.
Okay. Is that sort of weekday thing, weekend?
That is put my son through college thing, so that's my side hustle.
Okay, all right. And you indicated that you are an advanced registered nurse practitioner. When what kind of well, let me ask you this: can you describe to the jury your education background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the San Jose State University. I have a Master's Science in Nursing from the University of Alaska in Anchorage. I have a board certification through the American Academy of Nurse Practitioners, and as a nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner. And then I have board certification through the International Association of Forensic Nurses as a sexual assault nurse examiner, certified in both pediatrics as well as adolescents through adulthood.
Okay. And what is a advanced registered nurse practitioner?
I provide patient care through the context of the life trajectory, so from birth to death.
Okay. And then you indicated that you are currently employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
The Providence Abuse Intervention Center is within the Monarch Children's Justice Advocacy Center. We provide care to children under the age of 18, as well as developmental disabled adults, when there's been a concern that there's been child abuse, neglect, or torture, or some combination therein.
Okay. And as part of the child abuse, that also could entail sexual abuse. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse who has specialized training in the forensics field. So what that requires is training provided by, for me, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, wherein we provide medical care to the patient as well as evidence collection, which then bridges the patient care with the legal system.
Okay. And with regards to your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, is your main responsibility still patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're working in this, at the Providence Abuse Intervention Center as a family nurse practitioner, is your number one priority patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, do you also have the ability to conduct strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any training or experience when it comes to conducting strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what that training is.
So for a forensic nurse to do forensic examinations on non-fatal strangulation issues, myself, I have taken trainings through the National Institute of Strangulation Prevention. They collaborate with the Department of Justice, Indian Health Services, National Institute of Health, these federal domains that work together to provide hourly, half-day, full-day, 3-day trainings on the clinical assessment, documentation, and care of strangulation involving children and adults.
Okay. And have you yourself conducted or performed any strangulation exams?
I have.
Okay. And approximately how many?
Dozens.
Okay. And then as part of your responsibilities at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, do you sometimes provide follow-up care to children who may have underwent a strangulation episode?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Wall, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation has to do with the external compression of the neck, which impedes airflow and or blood flow, which then can cause loss of consciousness, brain injury, and death.
Okay. And how you indicated that strangulation in the medical context is the external pressure that can impact to the neck, that can impact airflow. How would external pressure to the neck impact airflow based on your training experience?
When you press on the neck, you're pressing on your trachea, your windpipe. When you're pressing on that area of your body, your lungs aren't able to expand and to collect oxygen. When you're not able to oxygenate your blood, the blood flow to your brain is compromised. When you don't have enough oxygen to your body system, then you will die.
Okay. And when an individual does not have oxygenated blood flowing to their brain, can that impact their brain?
It can. Think of in our neck, we have arteries that pump oxygenated blood up to our brains, and then we have the jugular veins that bring deoxygenated blood from the brain back down into the body to reoxygenate through our lung systems. When we don't have that oxygenation provided to the brain, then we experience a host of health issues, primarily loss of consciousness. Once we've lost consciousness and that compression continues, these muscles in our neck relax and the compression is much more easier. If the strangulation doesn't stop immediately, you'll experience brain injury and death.
And I would just indicate for the record that the witness, while testifying, is using her hands to describe the things that she is talking about related to the neck and head.
Okay. And in this case, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 30th of 2024?
I do.
Okay, and where did you see Miss Ali?
At the Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
Okay, and then who referred her to your care?
She was referred to our clinic following hospitalization at Providence St. Peter Hospital as a result of complications due to strangulation.
Okay. And did you also, as part of your follow-up care with Fatima on October 30th, did you also document sort of your exam of Fatima in a report?
I did.
Okay. And as part of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you sort of had to obtain some of information from her about her height and her weight?
I did.
Okay, and what was her height?
5 feet 1 inches tall.
Okay, and what was her weight?
100 pounds.
Okay. And were you also aware of a strangulation exam that was conducted by a forensic nurse examiner by the name of Synovia Rivas?
I was.
And prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you review the report that was generated by Ms. Rivas?
I did.
Okay. And were you, did you also review the medical records from Providence St. Peter's Hospital as it relates to Fatima prior to your examination on October 30th?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to the diagnoses that she received, was pneumomediastinum one of the diagnoses?
It was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is a big word. The mediastinum is here in your chest. It holds your heart, your trachea, your esophagus, and major blood vessels in this area. Pneumomediastinum means that there is air in the mediastinum that got there from, say, a medical incident. If you were intubated, it could have caused some sort of a blunt trauma injury or other means in which this air has escaped from your lungs or your airways somehow, and it's now in the mediastinum.
Okay. No, this might sound like a silly question, Ms. Wall, but is air in the mediastinum a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay. And also, prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, you indicated you reviewed the strangulation report that was prepared by Ms. Rivas. Were you aware of the signs and symptoms that Fatima exhibited during her admission into the ER on October 18th?
I was.
Okay. And when you met with Fatima on October 30th, what, if anything, did she say about any vision changes that she had since the alleged strangulation incident?
She said that her vision was more blurry.
Okay. And did she sort of explain to you in what way as to what she was able to see or she couldn't see?
Yes. In the process of a conversation with my patients, I ask in a head-to-toe manner a review of systems, so their health as they understand it from head to toe. And she indicated to me that she normally wears glasses. She didn't have access to her glasses, so that her vision baseline was blurry, but that since being strangled, her vision was, quote, more blurry.
Okay. And what about her hearing? Does she also indicate whether she had any hearing issues since the alleged strangulation incident?
Yeah, so she does not have hearing issues baseline. When she was describing her hearing, when I'm asking her questions about her hearing, she told me that it was, quote, more sensitive.
Okay. And you sort of mentioned baseline. What do you mean by baseline?
Baseline is prior to being assaulted.
Okay. And what's the importance of sort of establishing a patient's baseline?
To understand the potential consequences of the assault. So the baseline is their status quo, their normal health status prior to the events they experienced, what they experienced, the changes that happen, and any residua or lingering results from the trauma.
Okay. And did Fatima say anything to you about what her jaw was feeling?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she say about that specifically?
She told me how he had had her by her neck and her jaw, and that as a result, now when I'm seeing her now, that's a couple weeks later, I believe, since the trauma, that she was still she had range of motion, but that she had to move slowly because if she were to move too quickly, it would trigger a pain that she just didn't want to experience.
Okay. And after you examined, well, let me ask you another question. Does she, in addition to talking about her range of motion as it relates to her jaw, does she also talk about her range of motion in general when it comes to her neck?
Yes, we were referencing her neck and her jaw, and just this whole shoulder girdle area.
Okay. And after you examined Fatima at the end of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you also provide her with a patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. And then subsequent to October 30th of 2024, did you see Fatima again at the Abuse Intervention Center on December 5th?
I did.
Okay. And on December 5th, did she talk about whether she still had symptoms from the alleged strangulation incident?
She did. She talked about how when she got stressed, she would get left shoulder and neck pain. And when she got really stressed out, it would hurt, she told me, quote, really bad,
Okay.
unquote.
And then on December 5th of 2024, at the end of your exam with Fatima, did you provide her with continued patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Sorry, may I address you as Nurse Wall, or how would you prefer? Miss Wall?
That's fine.
Nurse Wall. Question regarding the jaw pain you just noted.
Yes.
You indicated earlier that a strangulation concerns the pressure on the throat or neck area. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so pain in the jaw would not be associated with pressure on the throat necessarily, correct?
Well, during the strain, it's not,
The pressure on the throat would not affect the jaw, right?
that could be referred pain. There could be lots of things.
Okay.
It's
Could
not
be lots
yes
of
or no.
things. Okay. It could also have been caused by blunt force.
Correct.
Pain to withdraw. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
We are, thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go or stay however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, as you may imagine, as we've been going through this process, there are many logistics in trial and witness schedules and the like. And today, again, we are recessing a little bit early before the noon hour. Also, I am not going to have you back until 2 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you what that means so that you're in the jury room kind of ready to go at 2. And we'll continue with the presentation of evidence at that time. So you have a little longer today for your lunch break. Thank you so much, as always, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you in this case. We will see you after lunch.
Wow. So they're going to lunch. So yeah, I usually, I'll do the beans in the crock pot and stuff. And then we have them, for a few days. And if I'm real lazy, I'll just open a can and throw some bacon grease in it and be done with it. But yeah. So, wow. They're going to lunch already. Does she have anything else to say on the record before they go? Yeah, she talks to them. So I'm gonna let them file out and then
Please be seated.
just watch parole hearings while they're on lunch. What is she going to complain about? I see something coming. She's taking notes. She's got something to say. You hear Lola back there whining. She's mad Daddy's eating. He's not sharing. Told y'all he didn't share his bacon.
So if we start at 2:15 and are ready to go at 2:15, then that is 2.5 hours, I think, from 2:15 to 4:45.
2.5 hours? You have got to be kidding me, lady.
Realistically, I need to take a 10-minute recess in that time period to give the jury a break. So really, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Obviously, we go until a witness is done and she could be called back. I guess related to that, although I'm optimistic because I like to be optimistic that we would conclude her testimony today. If we do not, when would she be called? When would you anticipate that we would call her back? Are you talking about trying to be in trial on Friday? I told you previously that I could, I don't know if the jurors can, but
Yes, Maria.
can
That's what she
make that
said.
happen in my schedule. I know that she's traveling, and so I don't want to be worried
I've got
about
45
concluding her
minutes to play with
testimony
that I can fast
and
forward
how
through,
we
but
fit
then we have
that
about an hour of
in
hearing, like parole hearing or
as we
something,
go
I
along.
guess.
Anyways, so I just want to hear from you, Mr. Kading, if you have thought about that. And again, I just want to talk about this so we have a plan, again, in hopes that we don't have, that we can conclude our testimony today.
And, Your Honor, I did talk to her briefly this morning. Actually, I didn't talk to her. I was texting with her. She was trying to get on the airplane. I advised her that, we're going to try to get her done today. She understands that she's now making herself late, and she indicated she would be available to testify as needed after that. She did tell me that she had another case in Alaska on Monday, so she would prefer to do that. But she said if she's in the middle of testimony here, that takes priority and she will stay. If we could do Friday, if it's going to be a few minutes, that would probably be good. She is scheduled to leave again tonight, but obviously that's subject to change. So she's very flexible at this point because of the situation as it's created. I anticipate we'll be done in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
All right. What I would just ask, I expect actually that all of the lawyers have been talking about this issue, but if you would also just confer as to what you believe the best plan would be if we don't finish her testimony, whether we try for Friday or we have her Monday, or if you have something else. I'm completely open to trying to make this work between what the lawyers think works best. And of course, then we have to make sure the jury is available if it ultimately were that she needed to appear tomorrow if we don't finish. I, again, will be optimistic that we conclude today.
Yes.
Any issues before we recess for our lunch break? Ms. Stone?
Only as to what the court was just talking about with the parties, the state will make whatever works for in-person testimony for Dr. Stankus work if for some reason we are not concluded today. So if that means tomorrow afternoon, I just need to know because I need to cancel a appointment that I've canceled multiple times, but it's fine. I just need to do that. So if we are able to get that information maybe from the bailiff at some point this afternoon, so when we leave today, we know if that's going to be an option because I need to make that call if that's the case.
All right. Mr. Kading, do you have anything further before we recess?
I do not.
Mr. Larry?
I may have missed, I assumed it was tomorrow morning, but given, what's the window the court would make available?
It would have to be in the afternoon. I have my civil motion calendar in the morning, so it could not be in the morning. I do have an administrative law review hearing scheduled at 1:30, although I can move that. I'd prefer to resume the trial at 1:30, and then I could move my ALR to later in the afternoon.
All right, that's helpful to know.
And I think what I will, I don't want to, not that it necessarily would, but I don't want to stress the jury out if we don't need to, and that relates to them having to come on a time that they're not ready for. So we'll get to the afternoon recess, and then the parties can tell me where they really think we're at. And at that time, I can have the bailiff ask them if we need to, whether or not they would have any scheduling conflicts if they came back on Friday at 1:30 for up to an hour. All right. Okay. And I apologize, Mr. Larry, I don't recall. Did I ask you if you had anything before we recessed? Okay. We'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
All rise. Okay. We hit that live button. Let's mute that. And that's not what I meant to do. We need to go back, pause, turn the volume down. See, look. I'm not a professional. I'm far from being a professional. Okay. But we're going to go over here somewhere. I got to find my tabs. I know, right? It's a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip over here and we're going to watch a parole hearing. This was yesterday. It started off. It is Cecil Shelby. or Cecil Sibley. I'm sorry. All right. Waiting for sound to make sure. I know they're going to have court tomorrow. But
all right. The Committee on Parole is called to order.
The way she's saying
Today's date is 7/16/25.
Thank you, Maria.
Time is 10:48 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today, and my colleagues on the panel are Ms. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. Panel is at headquarters, and we're still at remote location of Allen Correctional Center. Today, we're doing a hearing on Mr. Cecil Sibley. Mr. Sibley, would you please introduce yourself? Give us your full name and DOC number for the record.
Cecil Eugene Sibley, DOC is 751028.
All right. We'll give you a brief summary of the process. We're going to read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you should be released. Then we're going to ask the jail staff for some information about you. We're going to allow public comments, 3 supporters in your favor and 3 in opposition. And then we're going to conduct the interview. Today we have for parole consideration Cecil Sibley, DOC number 751028, who is a first felony offender who was convicted of molestation of a juvenile on September 14, 2020, and sentenced to serve 10 years hard labor in Ascension Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 7/30/25. Your good time date is not eligible due to the crime, and your full term date is 7/28/30. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Sibley?
Yes, sir.
All right, and go ahead and tell us what you did to get yourself incarcerated.
Years ago, I got into pornography when I was very young, and it led to this. I went on throughout the years without just hiding it from everybody, and eventually it just started slow, and then it progressed and went on until finally I wound up doing a lot of things that I'm not proud of. A lot of things that I'm very ashamed of. And it led on to this part here to where I finally molested the victim. That's what happened.
Why do you think now's the time to let you go? What's different now?
This happened over 20-something years ago, and since that time, the part where when all this took place, I was in a bad place. I almost committed suicide, and I wound up turning my life around and going back in the direction that I wanted to be in. And I had my pastor was helping me with it a little bit, and I am a born-again Christian, and I have learned, over the years that what I did was very wrong. And there's just a lot of things that has changed in my life since then. I have a lot of family support since all this has come out. My wife has been with me for 41 years, and up until all this happened, she did not know I had problems with this, because I hid it from her, and I hid it from a lot of my friends. And you said I regret what I've done. I made some bad choices back then. Things that haunt me in my everyday life. I've came here been here for 10 months and I've tried my best to get into classes that I needed to get into and to learn from them. Victim impact has really put answered a lot of questions and helped me out a lot. I've learned there's not just the victim, but everybody's involved. Like my wife, my family, my friends, they're all victims. And I've hurt them bad.
All right. How about the jail staff? Do y'all have any reports on him for us?
He's been in Allen since September of last year. He has 0 write-ups, no write-ups since he's been here. Like I told him when I spoke to him on Monday, I don't even know him, which is normally a good thing here. So I don't have a lot to say about Mr. Sibley other than he does his time very quietly, very well.
Has he had pre-release that you have record of?
I'm sorry, did you say pre-release?
Pre-release, right?
He's currently enrolled in pre-release. And are you currently enrolled in victim impact? Are you completed
Victim impact, I've completed victim impact. And pre-release, I'll be completing with it next month.
He's currently enrolled in sex offender treatment as well.
When will that be completed?
That it takes a while. I think he's in phase 2.
I'm in 2.
And there's 4 phases.
Just messed up phase 3, and then I'll. No.
We have some supporters here at headquarters who would like to speak. We have Mr. Charles Smith, pastor and friend. Mr. Smith, would you step up to the podium and tell us what you have to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Cecil. I've known him for about 45 years and I have been his pastor for going on 6 years. And I was the youth pastor for both his children, most of the family's children as well. No idea he had any issues going on, which is usual in a situation like this. But having had the opportunity to spend time with him over the last several years in the different facilities he's been in, I've had the opportunity to just talk with him and see where he's at in his not recovery, but his learning through all of this. And there's a lot of hurt, a lot of pain that's been caused on both sides. You understand that. But I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the change that this has made in his life. Cecil's told me that he's thankful that he has been able to go through what he's going through, not the reason for which he's doing it, but that this has brought him to a point where he's been able to get into a right relationship with God, which is huge for the victim and offender. And so he does have a support system if you are willing to grant for him. It's my opportunity to be as much of a help to keep him accountable, which I know that is huge. I recommend that for everybody. We all need someone to hold ourselves accountable to. And that is one of the things that I'm willing to do to walk him through this to make sure he doesn't have any issues going forward. I've worked with the family all the way around. for many years, known him for many years. He does have a complete support system once he is released. And we'll do our best to make sure that he follows all the rules and continues his recovery to be accepted back in the community as an upstanding community. So, thank you.
I have a question. What church are you affiliated with?
We are Liberty Baptist Church of San Mark, formerly San Mark Baptist Church. Founded 51 years ago.
And would he have any kind of leadership role in the church?
We have a church policy that my son helped design, where situations like this would be, we allow somebody to come to church, absolutely, we want everybody to come, and seek spiritual guidance, grow in their spiritual walk. But as far as leadership potential, that's not an option. Our goal at church is to make sure everyone's protected. I understand that every organization, every ministry has issues that they have to deal with, and some things that I found out later on it just things I didn't know about. But we've taken steps to make sure everyone is able to be protected.
And y'all are mandatory reporters.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, next we have here at headquarters, Miss Elizabeth Sidley, in support his mother.
My sister's mother. He's always been a very, what we call a very special child growing up. He has a brother, and they're both very special to us. We try to train the right way. They've been in church since they were age. Took a lot of different courses over the years and everything. But on his life's journey, he got out on his own, got off on the wrong path. I realized that. He made mistakes will affect him the rest of his life. Like you said a while ago, this was a long journey from about 20 years ago to me. And yes, it affected him with what went on. But I think while he's been here, he's gone closer to the Lord. He never disappointed God again, never. But I think it'll affect him the rest of his life because a lot of people, because it's in families, won't let him forget. You know, and that's what happens to a lot of these men. Even when they get out, you know, you remember the bad thing that happened. So I pray on my heart that we, as a family and his friends, can uphold him and help him through this process. He has a lot of support, as you can tell through all the letters that were written. Different friends, but what we're praying for, I guess, today from now is to have grace, mercy on him. His dad and I are in our 80s and not in good health. We need him. His wife and his family needs him. He's got 2 children that have done marvelously well through all of this. One's a missionary in Germany, and the other one spent 7 years in service and doing well in college. So he has support all the way around. His church family, his family, his friends. So I'm asking for that for him today. We also pray in God's will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Danielle Dulac Anise in support on Zoom. You can go ahead.
Hi, I'm not in support.
Okay.
I'm
We
sorry.
Sorry about that. Got you in the wrong column. We can have to take you now.
Wasn't it?
Okay, thank you.
Right.
All right. I do have a couple things to say. Firstly, like, just while he was molesting me, he was a deacon and a Sunday school teacher in the church. So, like, yes, they didn't know about it, but he definitely used his religion to cover for him, I do believe. And so I'd also, like to say that due to his pervasive behaviors and repeated incidences of pedophilia, I do request the court to please consider the nature of his crimes and high potential for reoffending and not to let him out yet. He started out as a peeping Tom, and many people knew about that, and then he escalated that into molesting me. It is my very firm belief that he should not live among the general population, at least not yet. He be required to serve his full sentence, which is not that much longer, really. The nature of his crimes, they've had lifelong implications. And yes, it was only 20 years ago, but I am only 35. And that is not a long time for me. I'm just now beginning to really wake up to all the abuse and see how it has affected me. I struggle with so many things. I've had suicidal ideations. I had to leave my home and my support system, which is also my family because he is my aunt or my uncle through marriage. Like, that was my family too, and they've chosen to support him instead of me. So I've had to leave. I struggle with all kinds of things, sleep disturbances and nightmares. I can't think straight. I have a great difficulty with my own self-worth. I have intrusive thoughts, your standard depression and anxiety. I struggle with my interpersonal relationships. I do meet the criteria for PTSD, which is unfortunate. As a result of his very selfish actions that he knowingly chose to put me through, I am going to have to deal with this forever. And I just don't feel like he should be allowed to just serve 5 years and be done. He needs to at least serve his full sentence. And that's really all I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more person at headquarters, Ms. Tawana Sibley, a wife who's in support, not speaking. We also have opposition from the judge in this case, the district attorney in this case, and the attorney general's office in this case. We also have opposition letters from other victims in this case who state they're opposed to release. With that being said, we'll turn this over to Mr. Freeman, who's the lead on this for question.
Okay, good morning. All right, I see that you were charged with 2 counts. How many, you pled to 2 counts. How many different victims were there?
There was 2 different victims. One was just a fondling case, and that was dismissed, and as far as I know, and then
Okay, I don't care what it is. It's sick. He just said just a fondling case? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. No.
molestation.
What did you learn from your sex offender classes? What are your triggers?
As far as, I don't quite understand the question, I guess.
What leads you to do stuff like this? In sex offender class, you're supposed to learn what causes your actions.
Yes, sir. Like I said, this was a long time ago just started. And with any, I guess, anything when it comes to pornography or anything like that, you know, it leads on and leads on and leads on to what I had did. And it got to the point to where, just like drugs, it was nothing satisfying, you know, and then finally I committed what I did. And I have learned, like I said, over the years, there's a book that I had learned and studied, and it's called Every Man's Battles. And it pretty much was written by two men that has gone through the similar thing that as what I have gone through, and some other men. And it pretty much taught me how to just how to look at a woman and from here up instead of down. And I have really learned that away, not to even things that comes on TV, and if it comes in a certain way, whether it be a woman in a bikini or something like that, I turn around and I walk off. I don't stand around and watch it, because that's what causes my problem. And did I answer your question? I mean,
Yes, sir. Okay. And how many children do you have of your own?
I have two. One, my daughter, which is the oldest, she and her husband, and she has two. I have two grandkids, and they live in Germany. My grandson is just turned 18, and he will be going to college here in the States. And my son, he's 27, I think 27, and he's living with my wife. He's gotten out of the Army. He was in the Army for 7 years, and now he's taking college courses, which is doing very well.
Okay. Do they have contact with you? Do you have regular contact with your children?
Yes, sir, I do. My son comes to visit me once a month. He comes to visit me.
Okay.
And my daughter and them, they're coming into the States, I think, I want to say next week. And I'm hoping to see my daughter and son-in-law, which I haven't seen in a long time.
Okay. I have no other questions. Do you have any questions?
I kind of had a question about the time. You were arrested in 2017, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I see that you were sentenced in 2020. Were you out on bail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it took 3 years, but you didn't get jail credit because you were out. Okay.
So you've done 5 years?
I always
Yes,
do
sir.
true crime.
It will be 5. I did 6 weeks before I was on bail, and then I think that backed my time up till the end of July. I think it's the 30th is my 5 years.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. No more questions. I don't have any questions. We ready to vote? Okay, I have to vote first since I was assigned your case. First off, I gotta admit from the get-go, I wouldn't let you out without you completing your sex offender treatment. I think you need sex offender treatment. That needs to be completed. And also, you keep saying it was a long time ago, but it did happen. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. It was 2 young children. They are affected by it. My vote today is to deny due to victim opposition. And that's it.
Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Sibley, I'm glad to see that you're in the necessary courses for release. You have to have a pre-release and you have to have sex offender. Well, you don't have to have sex offender, but for me, you do. And also substance abuse. If you might want to check out Mr. Warden to see if he needs substance abuse. But my vote is to deny parole at this time. You know, as you know, Apostle Paul did good things in prison too. So
bless her heart. Look at the lady on the bottom. She's so relieved.
And I also concur with my colleagues and vote to deny based on the law enforcement opposition, the victim opposition, and the details of the crime. So today, Mr. Sibley, your parole has been denied. Continue with your progress in your programs and reapply when eligible.
Look at that smile. Bless her heart.
Is there a time for that?
Bless her heart. Look at that smile. Yeah. So yeah, I do. I walk Hector out. Just yeah, she is very brave, true crime. You're absolutely right. She's so brave to get up there and do that. But yeah, I walk Hector out every day when he leaves for work. I walk him out, lock the door behind him, and you know, give him a kiss goodbye. That's what a good wifey does, right? You know, he's going to work, making the money for me, and supporting the household. So yeah, I appreciate him. I appreciate him a lot. He's my man. He's my rock. One day y'all get to see Hector. One day. All right, so we got this guy up here in the parole hearing, and we got grins on. Okay, I'm gonna pause this, and I'm gonna put on my little thingy that, look at this grin. Look at this grin on this man. He is too happy. And then look at this grin with his construction hat. Okay, y'all. Okay, we see you. We see you. Oh, he leaves early. Yeah, no, and Hector, you know, he works night shift, so it's a little different in our house. So, anyways, I'm gonna hit play on this, and then I'm gonna go get his lunch together and walk him out. So, but I'm here listening.
Myron Turner.
William saying, "Hey, and give me a thumbs up."
Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025.
Thumbs up and saying, "Hey."
Time is 11:27 a.m. And my name is Danny Barra, chairman today. We have Mr. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman here too. The panel still at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we're still at Allen Correctional Center dealing with Mr. Myron Turner. Can you please give us your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Myron Lee Turner, DOC number 435-476.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process. First, I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then the jail staff is going to give us some information about you, what they have. We'll allow public comments, 3 supporters and 3 in opposition to speak, and then we'll conduct the parole interview. So today we have for parole consideration Myron Turner, DOC number 435-476, who's a 3rd felony offender who was convicted of 2nd-degree battery, obstruction of justice, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, resisting an officer, 2 counts, possession of marijuana, 2nd offense, distribution of cocaine, and habitual offender status. And on August 5th, 2014, September 16th, 2014, and December 16th, 2015, was sentenced to serve a total of 35 years in Plaquemine Parish. Your parole eligibility is January 6th of 2025. Your good time date is 10/11 of 42, and your full term date would be August 3rd of 49. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what did you do to cause your incarceration? I know that's a big question, but with all of those charges, we see the charges, but what's the problem behind all that?
The root cause of my problems would be substance abuse issues. Continue to live a negative lifestyle, sir.
I lived a life, an ungodly life, I'll say. I'm not proud of. I accept full responsibility for my actions. You know, I did some things that I'm not proud of. There's no justification for it. Several different things, factors. You know, I faced a lot of trauma in my youth. One thing led to another. I encountered a lifestyle and I continue to live in that hub, not really having full understanding of how life should be lived.
Gotcha. So why do you think we should reach you now? What's changed? What's new? You said it was a lifestyle. And
Yes,
you've been in trouble since you were, I think, 13 years old.
Yes, sir.
What's different?
Throughout my incarceration, you know, I've taken full advantage of every opportunity that I can, every opportunity that's been presented to me to rectify my behavior problem as well as my addiction. Several, here at Allen, I've been awarded several certified rehabilitation programs throughout my incarceration that has helped me improve the quality of living, helped me get a better understanding of myself, and taught me different skills that I never once possessed. Thankful today to have taken thinking for a change here at Allen. Thinking helps control behavior. I've learned that. I've learned how to pay attention to my thinking, recognize the risky thoughts, you know, use new thinking. You know, throughout my incarceration, I constantly strive to be better. I've never taken anything for granted. I use all my time wisely and participate in everything that I possibly participate to make myself better. I know today that I'm not who I was yesterday or in my past, should I say, and I've done everything in my power to make sure that I will be able to return to society or a productive member of that society upon return. So,
Tell us some of the classes that you finished that were most impactful that changed you.
Thinking for a change, definitely. And thinking for a change, we learned that thinking controls behavior. Thinking for a change is a program that consists of 3 parts: social skills, learning social skills, cognitive self-change, and problem-solving solutions. In addition to that, I think the program that has the most profound effect on my life here was NAAA. And NAAA, I've learned a new way of life. It has affected me profoundly. I have partaken also in Moral Compass, which is a mentorship program that helped me to be able to assist and help others. I've been part of a mentorship program here at Allen, which I was a mentor on a tier. That's currently on pause right now. That is subject to return soon. And it's been a blessing, you know, to be part of those programs. I believe that Narcotic Anonymous, sitting in those circles, being part of those circles, sharing strength, hope, and encouragement, learning that, you know, their behaviors, you know, it's behavior modification inside of Narcotic Anonymous, and there's also substance abuse. But more importantly, I learned that NAAA is a spiritual program. I learned that honesty is important. I learned also honesty, willingness, you know, and having a desire. To have a desire to change, one can change. And I trust and I have confidence in what I've learned here throughout my incarceration and things that I've applied to my life that I can return to society, a productive member of society.
And which classes have you taken to address your substance abuse?
Living in balance, and I have repeatedly, consistently stayed in Narcotics Anonymous. I have chaired Narcotics Anonymous for the last 2 years here at Allen.
Jill Steph, do y'all have anything to fill in on him?
Just to piggyback off of what he said, he has been very beneficial here at Allen, especially with the AA and NA courses. He's a leader in that group. Anything I throw at Turner, he will take on and try out, and he's been very instrumental in helping us with the programming, facilitating some programs. So he's been here a long time. I'm very familiar with him. He keeps a good record. He does well here at the facility.
All right, thank you. Today we have some people in support on Zoom who would like to speak. We'll start with Rhodey Sims, assistant, who would like to speak in your behalf.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin with a verse that truly reflects a journey of growth and transformation that I have witnessed in Myron. 1 Peter 5:10, after you have suffered a while, the God of all grace, who has called you to his eternal glory in Christ, will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. This scripture reminds me that even through suffering, there is redemption. I am here today to express my family's full unwavering support from Myron as he is restored to society. Myron has a village that's behind him, and we will take advantage of every available opportunity to assist him to better himself. Myron and I have talked several times, and we've developed a thoughtful and structured re-entry plan that is centered around hard work, education, and responsibility. And our family stands behind him, and we are fully committed to supporting him emotionally, spiritually, mentally, practically as he reintegrates into society. Thank you.
He's going to be living with you?
He has the option of me or my mother.
And which one of y'all lives in the lowest crime area?
I'm not sure that either of us do. I currently reside in St. John the Baptist Parish, and we have had a high uptick.
Right. Thank you. We also have a friend, Norby Studman, who would like to speak in support.
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good morning. I'll take this time to speak on behalf of Myron Turner. Him and I have been lifelong friends. We pretty much grew up the same way, and we pretty much made a lot of the same decisions. But currently, it seems like, I've woken up a little faster than he did, but I try to be an inspiration to him to show him that we all can change. I successfully completed my parole. I currently been on my job over 10 years. I own my own home and I purchased my own vehicle. And I'm currently in talks with my manager now to see if there's a job opportunity for him also. I've had numerous talks with him over the last 5 years or so. We stay in contact. He's one of my best friends. And I try to teach him, financial literacy and other things that we didn't learn as children, that we now know as adults, that we can make a change and make a difference in our community. And the biggest thing that I applaud him for is that he's very consistent and very persistent about helping those that are younger than us so they don't make the same mistakes that we made. And I told him I fully support him in any way, and upon his release, I'm going to try my best to help him gain employment, to help him stay on the right track, to help him succeed the same way that I did. And I try to be an example, and I lead by example in everything that we talked about. He's a very good-hearted person, made some bad decisions in life, and we all take accountability for our own actions. We don't make excuses anymore because we're adults. So upon his release, if he needs any kind of help, I'm there for him, whether it's transportation, whether he needs help paying his parole fees or anything. He knows he's one of my best friends, and I'll help and support him to the end of time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Detrice Smith-Jones with the Reentry Executive Director. Would like to speak.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Detrice Smith-Jones. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Servant's Heart International Outreach Program. We are a Jefferson Parish reentry facility that is is supported by the Department of Corrections. Secretary LeBlanc has came down and said that we are a model program. We have several inmates who have been released that are now doing well in our program. We have a 98% success rate. Only one person has returned, and that was for a dirty urine screen. Other than that, we have not had real offenders. Mr. Myron and myself have been working together for the last 15 months. He has been a part of our social substance abuse program and psychosocial therapeutic program. Attached to our reentry program, we have master level social workers that work with us, that assist us with behavior changes, with behavior modification, as well as job assistance programs as well. He has a bed here with us on now. I actually just got off the phone with the councilman of District 3, which is in Jefferson Parish, to make sure that he's in support of Mr. Myron being released to us in Marrero facility. We actually have a couple other guys that were released a couple of months ago, and they're doing exceptionally well. Mr. Myron has worked with us on showing us his leadership skills. He has been working with the youth. He has been doing writing letters. He has been doing as much as he can from behind the jail cell. He has been trying to speak out and tell the youth the things that he has done wrong. He has taken full accountability for his actions. And so we 100% support him to come home to be with us. Our program starts with 6 months. He is required to be with us, but he can stay with us up to 18 months. He does not have to worry about transportation, job. We take care of 100% of him. All we ask of him is to make all of his substance abuse classes 4 times a week. He is to attend school. We also have a program affiliated with Delgado Community College through the MJ Foster program, where he will be enrolled in school. He can pick a trade, whether it's CDL, he can pick welding, he can pick forklift, he can pick havoc, that is already paid for through the MJ Foster program. What we do, we don't have a lot of beds. We have 18 beds. We go through, we find the guys that we feel are ready for our program to make this commitment, because it is a commitment. You will be living with us. He is able to visit his family, but at night he has a curfew at 10 p.m. He actually has chores around there, and we will pay him. The we have the council's office that has given us the program that pays them to live with us 4 hours a day to do work around the facility. We have a 4-acre facility. For the first 2 months, he will not be able to leave the facility. He's able to visit anywhere within the 4 acres. We have a farm, we have chickens. We do equestrian therapy as well with horses, that he can learn to nature and nurture things so that he can learn responsibility. He will be given a task. Our hens are laying hens, so he will be in charge of making sure that they hatch, and the eggs, they will be eating off those eggs. We have a farm that we have growing products for his greens, lettuce, tomatoes, so that he can he can grow what he eats. So we're teaching him how to live a productive lifestyle with us in this facility. Like I said, the first 6 months he has to be with us, and after the 6 months, then it's usually the parole board tells us what they want from us. If they want him to stay up to the 18 months, we will work substantially with you all to make sure that we give you the full report on him. But as of now, you can ask Secretary LeBlanc. We have a very, very substantial program that's working here in Jefferson Parish. We're supported by our police chief, our police Mr. Lapinto. Mr. Lapinto supports us as well. They also fund our program, as well as the council. Jefferson Parish Council's office also supports. We are the only facility in Jefferson Parish with reentry. So he has been awarded a position with us. So if you guys are gracious enough to hand him over to us, like I said, he'll be handed.
Y'all, she does not understand. Look, Lola, turn around. Look, she doesn't understand that she's not a lap dog. She does not comprehend. She cannot sit in my lap. She's too big. She just jumps up here and thinks, oh, we're still on lunch, Lois. We still got a little bit to go, hon. Yeah, I think they got about another 15 minutes or something like that. Oh, you take Leah for a, oh, Yeah, this one, man, she just, and there she goes. See, Meat just took off running across the room, so she thinks she needs to go join him. I'm telling you, it's chaos in my house some days. Okay, I'm sorry.
Over to 10 workers who will be working with him in directly, and we will make sure that he has all the skills required before we fully allow him into society. So he has to first master our program before he's released, and that becomes with graduating from Delgado, obtaining a trade. But we assist them with buying a car. We assist them with getting their own house before we are allowing them to leave out in the community. We take 50% of their check, we save it for them, we give them the other 25 to put into a savings account, and 25 they're able to buy the personal things that they need. So when they are ready to make those big changes in life for his housing or vehicles, we go ahead and match them with the 50%. They pay 50, we pay the other 50 to make sure that he has what he needs to succeed on a successful level in this community.
Breathe. All right.
Yes.
What's the name?
I tried to get it all in 3 minutes. I tried to get it all in. You gave me 3 minutes.
What's the name of your program?
Servant's Heart International Outreach. Servant's Heart. Yes.
H-E-A-R-T? Okay.
H-E-A-R-T International Outreach. And we are sponsored by the Department of Correction, the Jefferson Parish Council, and the Jefferson Parish Sheriff Department.
If we were to grant him parole today, when could you take him into your program?
Today. He coming with me.
You got a spot with him?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for her? No. All right, that was a pretty good presentation. However, we do have opposition to your release from the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, and the attorney general. And we have a victim in the battery case that's opposed. Go ahead.
Mr. Turner, while the presentation was going on by Ms. Smith-Jones, question in my mind is that where you want to go? Is that something that you've agreed to, or are you wanting to go, as I see on your other paperwork, Fort Sulphur? So, you know, what were your plans for reentry?
Well, upon release, my mother lives in Fort Sulphur. I've been going for my mother for a long time, so for my residence, I put that for my residence. I've been away from my mother nearly 11 years now, and to be around her, to be close to her, would have been beneficial, so that way I can know her needs and help her to meet her needs. However, the Servant's Heart program is a good program, and I would like to learn the ins and outs about it, know all about it, qualify with it, and hopefully I can extend it and bring it down to Blackman's Parish if it be possible.
You're not willing to parole out to Servant's Heart International at this time?
Yes, ma'am. I would be willing to parole out to them.
And that would be a commitment. You heard the commitment you have to make.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. I would agree to that commitment, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to ask it one more time. You heard the commitments that she requires of you. Are you prepared to sign a contract or whatever it is, go to their facility as your parole exit plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions, anybody? What to him? Oh, for him? Yep. No, I have. All right. If we don't have any more questions, it's time to vote. The case is assigned to me, so I'll vote first. And I think you have a good plan over there at Service Heart Outreach. I think it's a good program. So I am going to vote to grant your parole conditionally upon acceptance into the Service Heart International Outreach Program, that you comply and you stay with them for the full 18 months. And that you complete the substance abuse evaluation and treatment while you're there, that you do AA, that you abide by their curfew, that you have random drug screens, and that you stay out of Blackman Parish. The sheriff over there is very opposed to your return to Blackman Parish. So you need to stay out of Blackman Parish. And that's my one vote.
Okay, Mr. Turner, I'm not gonna lie, I put down I was gonna deny you, with your criminal history and the facts of the events with the man getting stabbed and everything. But I like that Hearts program, so I'm gonna give you a shot, but I too want him to stay there 18 months. Can y'all tell us y'all gonna abide by that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
And during that 18 months, you save your money and you try to find a place outside of Blackman Parish. Because you committed a lot of stuff in Blackman Parish and they don't want you over there.
I'm actually, y'all will commit to 18 months?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I think y'all before 18 months.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, we definitely will commit. And like I said, we work back and forth with. Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So that's my vote too, that you go there for 18 months with all the conditions Mr. Zahraa stated.
My vote is also to grant. I feel like you have done some really good work in terms of your trades and proven that I think you turned the corner. So my vote is to grant, but I'm a grant to the Servants Heart International.
So, well, what this means is that today your parole has been granted conditionally to the Service Heart program, which you must complete. If you don't complete it, then you're going to be right back where you started from. We're in that same, maybe in that same prison. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good luck to you. This concludes our business with Mr. Turner today.
You know how that's gonna work out for us to transition into that?
I'm muted. I'm over here talking and I'm muted. I'm muted. Oh, my stars. All right, let's check out Frank Phrygia. Let's see if I can find him on the list here. Frank, he's got 2 indecent behaviors with juveniles and 2 Schedule 2. And he was born in 1977. So there's a little insight on Frank. So he's, I think that's what he said. Is that, am I leaving today? Yeah. He's ready to go. He was up and out of there. He's like, yep, let me go. Y'all said I can go. I'm leaving. I mean, you know, given the circumstances, if they say, you know, you're free to go, I'd be like, pack my shit. I'm out of here. I don't know. Yeah, they said that they were gonna grant him. So this guy's taking forever. Let's he's just staring at the camera. He's got some.
School board is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. The time is 12:02 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman to my right. We're still conducting hearings from headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we are still at a remote location of Allen Correctional Center. We're working on a case with Frank Phrygia. Frank, would you please introduce yourself, stating your full name and DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Frank Phrygia, Frank Allen Phrygia Jr. My DOC number is 428356.
All right. I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. I'm going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then I'm going to ask the warden and jail staff for some information from them. And we're going to allow public comments. And then we're going to conduct an interview. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Frank Friede, DOC number 428356, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of indecent behavior with a juvenile, and on October 14, 2011, was sentenced to serve 25 years hard labor at the Calcasieu Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 12/16/22. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is 6/17/35. Does that information sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what did you do to get yourself in trouble?
Well, I was left in charge to watch over 2 minor children. In my own selfish way, I committed some numerous mischievous acts. I was under the influence of methamphetamine or drugs.
It doesn't matter what you were influenced.
Not something that I'm proud of, or I'm actually very ashamed of it.
No. Nope. Full time.
That's about it, sir. I mean, I know I messed up real bad. I take all responsibility for the crimes that I've been convicted of, sir. And I just made a selfish decision.
Nope.
So
they can keep him. Nope.
All right.
Sir.
Why do you think we should let you go now? What's different now?
Sir, I've had many years to reflect on the crimes and the life that I was living. I know I messed up a lot. I made a lot of decisions, a lot of bad decisions while I was under the influence. My drug addiction played a big factor into that. I've had a lot of time to grow, sir, and I have to say that I feel much better today than I did before I was incarcerated, and I hate that it took this and for people to get hurt, sir, for me to get out of them ways, sir. And I know I hurt a lot of people, and I just want I'm just a better person today. I have morals, I have goals now. Back then I did not have them, and I think I would be a good asset to my community, and be productive today. I've been working in prison industries for 10 years. I've been holding a steady job. I've taken my classes that I've needed to take, mostly dealing with addiction, and I've completed the sex offenders program, sir, which really did a lot for me. That's about it, sir.
Yo, Steph, do y'all have anything to add to it?
Just a little bit. Yes, Frank has been here at Allen for like 13 years, working in the prison enterprises plant. So he has a trade. He can support himself if he was to be released. Frank shared with me Monday how he finally owned his crime, and that it took him so long. He hid it behind the lies, but he finally, it took years, but he finally owned it, accepted, and realized what he did. And I asked him, how did that make you feel? He was like, it was like a burden lifted off. So I thought that was just important to mention, just because I don't think he was going to brag on himself, but I've never had an offender talk to me that way and just tell me how they own it, especially that type of crime. He hasn't had any write-ups since he's been here at Allen. He has 0 write-ups actually. And he's, like I said, he's been here for 13 years. So here at the facility, we had no problem with Frank.
Thank you very much.
May I say something? I just here recently, admitted, I don't know if I'm still on.
Yeah, you should talk.
I just here recently had come out and I admitted to my sons, because they never asked me, did I do it or anything like that, but I admitted to them, and it just made me feel, like she said, it took a burden off of me, and I've lost friends because well, so-called friends, because I told them that I actually did it, you know, and but it's okay, you know. I don't need them, you know. But I thank y'all for this opportunity.
Well, we do have someone in support. We have Marcus Frigier, your son, who would like to speak on your behalf, coming on Zoom.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. I agree with what the lady said about him telling people. You know, I have children of my own now, and for him to come out and tell me that, it really meant a lot, and you could hear it in his voice when he told me. And which is, I'd like for my dad to meet my girls one day. And I thank y'all for letting him have this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was the only person we had who wanted to speak. We do have some opposition. The judge in the case wrote that they were strongly opposed to your release. The district attorney wrote they're extremely opposed to your release and think you're dangerous. The sheriff's office is opposed to your release. The chief of police is opposed to your release. The attorney general is opposed to your release. And victim's mother is opposed to your release. So we do have some opposition to your release. We have Mr. Freeman assigned the case, so he's going to ask you a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Frank, have you completed your sex abuse, sex offender treatment classes?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell me what you got out of that. What figures, what you need to do to stay away from things.
Yes, sir. There's, first of all, there's 27 risk factors. There's different risk factors, you know, that you can identify yourself with. And the 27th one was actually the one I identified myself the most with, which was mind-altering substances. They had a couple other ones that I could identify with, but that was my main thing, the main reason why I committed these crimes. I feel I would never have done any of this if I was not under the influence of the drugs, you know. But that would be it, sir.
Okay. Did you go to trial or you took a plea bargain?
I took a plea. I took the Alfred plea, sir.
Okay. And how long have you actually served on this crime?
I have served 15 years.
Okay. And your time was 25, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And what would you do for a sobriety plan if you got out?
Well, I have a couple of friends out there that are going to Glad Tidings. They have weekly meetings, counseling on addiction, and that's what I planned on doing upon my release.
Y'all get off the TV.
Okay. Let's see. And think you had, how many times you were on probation? Once or
Just
twice?
once. Yes, sir.
And that we got both. And the victim in this case, the mother is opposed. As the lady said, you have 0 disciplinary write-ups. I have no further questions.
How did you have access to these children?
I was watching over them. I was actually the mother's friend. I was staying in and out with her, and I would watch over her children.
Did you have any children of your own at the time?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Oh, no, sir.
Ma'am,
How many children do you have?
I have 3 sons.
That was the question I needed.
Yes, ma'am.
full time. My opinion.
I don't have any questions. I got them in already. Okay. We ready to vote?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Frege, I guess that's it. First off, I want to thank you for being honest during your interview, because you were very honest. I feel that you are heading 100% in the right direction. The biggest thing was admitting it. And I think you've learned a good lesson. The problem is that, you got to do the time for what you've done. And like the judge said, he cannot believe you're even up for parole already. And he wish he could have given you longer. So I don't want to diminish what you've done, because you've done great. But the bottom line is, with that serious nature of the crime, I think you need to do more time. So my vote today is to deny.
Frank, it was actually, this crime was pled down. You agreed
Right,
to
Lois?
indecent behavior, but it was actually charged at a higher crime, molestation. And so, you got a break there. And I'm glad that you're a productive member of the community there at Allen. And I encourage you to continue along those lines. Not today, my vote is to deny.
And I'm going to concur with them for the same reason, and also encourage you to keep on doing what you're doing and apply again as soon as possible with a few more certificates and a little bit more classes under your belt, and might get a different. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what this means is, Mr. Frege, is today the parole has been denied. This is going to our business with Mr. Frege.
That's very disturbing.
What did he say? What did he say? I got to rewind that. What did he say?
That's very disturbing.
I couldn't make out what he said. Oh my God, I couldn't make out what he said. Okay, but let me tell y'all, I have a huge, I couldn't make out what he said. Yeah. No, not, it's talking about 80s music man. Here, I'll drop a 80s channel real quick. Let's see. Go to channel. Meat, stop. Quit barking. Stop. Here we go. It's 80s channel. There you go. But anyways, what I wanted to say about this gentleman, which I'm being very nice by calling him a gentleman because I got other words for him. But drugs are a bad thing. Not going to lie. I had my bout with them. I got clean in 2020. Put stuff down. Haven't touched a cent. I would so never even dream of going back to anything like that in my life. I will not lie. It was my sister that was providing them for me. Totally disgusting. I had to walk away from my entire family. But never, 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 never once had I harmed another person being on that type of addiction. Never once. So it totally disgusts me that somebody could even talk about an addiction being using that substance and it making him do this kind of stuff. That's just disgusting. Just total disgusting to me. Total disgusting. Yeah. That just aggravated me. Okay, John Sheaf. Let's see. Let's see if he's short. Oh, he looks pretty short.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information to the record and ask you to verify. We're going to give you a chance to speak. Then we're going to ask the warden for some information. Then we're going to allow public comments and we'll conduct an interview with you.
Thank you, Lois. I appreciate that. And it was a big change. It was a big change. I lost my entire family. I walked away from my entire family. My mother passed away. And, that was in March of 2020. In May of 2020 is when I moved in with Hector. My life went for a huge change, and I've been on a right path ever since, and I wouldn't change anything for the world. I've never been this healthy. I've never felt this good. So, yeah, and here I sit He goes to work, takes care of the family, and I enjoy being home, taking care of my mother-in-law with dementia and my stepson with autism. It's great. I enjoy my life. My daughter lives in Louisiana. She comes into town every once in a while. Yeah, at least once a month. She pops in chat every once in a while. You'll see her. She's called It's a Muffin. I don't know where she come up with her name. But yeah, the Muffin's my daughter. So she'll pop in every once in a while. She's got her own life in Louisiana. But she's fixing to move back to Texas, so I might get to see her more. So, oh, thank you, Maria. You've been down similar roads, Lois. Yeah, it's a rough thing. Yeah. Yeah, you know, we make changes in our life, and those changes can be such an impact on so many people. Even just little changes. People don't think it's a lot, but it really is. It's a big change. So, okay, on to this. I'm babbling. Sorry, guys. And this guy has a lot of drug charges. So let's listen to him. We got, well, I don't know. We got about 5 minutes till court returns. I don't even know that I even want to start this. Let's see. Yeah, because it says at 15 after court's supposed to return, which is 5 minutes. Exactly, Lois, you can't blame them for your bad actions. You really can't. It's you're the ones. See, and that's my biggest thing is you as a person are the ones to choose what puts in your body. And at that time in my life, being I mental health issues, I do have mental health issues. I have borderline personality disorder. I am on medication. I am, I'm very well treated for it. I have my own doctors. And with borderline personality disorder, you try to please others. And a lot of my life was pleasing others, which was my family. And my sister told me it was fine. She's younger. And you know what? I didn't take charge of my life. I listened to her and I did wrong things. And I had to learn from that. So, it's really sad that you have to cut people out of your life in order to live a healthy life. But I'm happier knowing I have done that. So, yeah, that's that. What I'm going to do, it's got 5 minutes. I'm going to just put on some music for a minute. I'm going to turn off my camera. Take the dogs out, refresh my drink, and all that, since we got 5 minutes left and court should resume. So I will be back. I'm going to mute. Let's turn on the Take a Breather song.
Breathe deep, the air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Guitar hums in a mellow tune. Under the glow of the afternoon. Every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Breathe deep, the air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Guitar hums in a mellow tune. Under the glow of the afternoon, every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find.
I really like that song. I really do. Call me conceited, but you know, hey, it's what is that, Suno or whatever? I put the words kind of together and just was like, let's see what we can come up with. So I put in specific keywords, and then I love Suno. I don't know, I have no clue how that stuff works, but you choose like what kind of words you want in there, and then what type of music you want it to be to, like, you know, and I love it. I love it that you can design stuff like that. AI is amazing for some things. Now, some things I don't like, but for some things, it's very I enjoy it. Okay, they're 2 minutes late. They're 2 minutes late already. Because it says 5:15, which would be 3:15 my time. Because they're 2 hours difference. Right? 5:15 Eastern would be, oh, you're shitting me. I mean, wait, stop. Y'all, I don't know time zones. Oh my gosh. So what is 5:15 Eastern in Texas? I'm Googling it, not even gonna lie. 5:15 Eastern in Texas would be 4:15. What the hell? You're kidding me. We have another hour? What? Y'all, I don't know time zones. Tell me I messed up. So 5:15 Eastern would be 4:15 Central. Oh my stars. Oh my stars. See, I told y'all I don't know time zones. You said, right? I know. Man. Okay. Lola, stop whining. All right. We're going back to parole hearings, guys. I have 2 hours. Well, not 2 hours. I have another hour to find something to do with y'all. So, all right. I'm going back to parole hearings. Now my big boo-boo. Go figure. It's 1:19 yet, so 2:09. Okay, yeah. See, and their screen says 5:15 Eastern is what their little screen said. Yeah, it says right here in the corner. Okay, you can't see me because I'm. We are not professionals. We are learning. Okay, we're going to go back to parole hearings. I have an hour to play with parole hearings. So we're going to finish this one out, and then we're going to hit today's parole hearings to see what they got going on. All right, roll.
So today we have for parole consideration, John Sheep, DOC number 126506, who is a 5th felony offender who was convicted of unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, distribution of heroin, and possession with intent to distribute heroin, and habitual offender status. And on July 24th, 12 and January 11th, 12 was sentenced to serve 3, 25, 4, and 25 for a total of 25 years in Orleans and Jefferson parishes combined. Your parole eligibility date is May the 12th, 17. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is February 13th, 36. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Sheep?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first question is, what did you do to get yourself in all of that trouble?
Not thinking, wanting to be something I couldn't be, selling drugs and trying to get by. All the things that I could have did better with my life, I didn't do. I had a chance to make a better life. I didn't use them. Selling drugs, thinking that I wasn't doing nothing to hurt anybody else, but I was hurting everybody else and hurting myself, hurting my family, and finding myself right back in the same situation over and over again.
So why is now a different time, a good time to let you go?
Ooh, since I've been in here, I done been through a whole lot of changes. A whole lot of changes. I done got myself together. I've been to all type of meetings. I done been in the NAAA with fellow person who just left out of here. I done learned a lot from them. I done heard stories. I done told my stories. I done grew better, a better person than I was back then. I done did a lot, you know. I can see better now. But like when you put yourself in a situation where you can't get out of, that's when you get a chance to think better. When you're moving like you're moving on the streets or in the world out there, you don't have time to think about the mistakes and all the bad things you did to yourself. You know, and I look at the children today that I'm in here with, and I'm looking at them with the struggle they're going through and the bad mistake they're still making while they're in here. That's how I know I'm ready. I know I'm ready for the streets and a productive life out there. You know, I lost my son while I was in here. He was 14 years old. Got shot 22 times. He died while I've been in here. He had a daughter he never met. I got a granddaughter now that's looking forward to me being out. My mom, my parents, they're 80-something years old now. They need me more than anything in the world. I know I'm not a bad person for as well. I just made a lot of bad decisions in my life. So I know this time, if I get a chance to go out there, I'm going into all types of self-help program. I'm going to NAA. I'm going to do everything I'm doing up in here that's making me succeed and look better and do better in society.
I got you. I see you had a parole hearing on March 8th of 2022. And you got denied back then. What programs have you done since that hearing in March 8th of 22? What major programs have you completed?
Yeah, I got my GED since then. I boys the men. I got 2 more NAAA certificates. I got Man in the Mirror, Man on the Mission. I did a lot of more things, but school took me since I dropped out like in the 6th grade. School took me like 2 years to be able to get myself together where I hadn't got my GED, because that was kind of hard for me. So I really was studying school more than when I was able to do everything. When I leave school, I had to get in the dome and do my work and everything.
Let me ask you something. Can you verify, Jeff Steph, can y'all verify that he completed those classes? Because I'm not seeing that in his record.
Yes,
Why
sir.
you look?
And
He did?
Yes, sir. And I definitely.
Not GED.
His GED, yes, he did.
But I'm talking about not the GED. It said Man in the Middle, Man Somewhere Else,
Man in the Mirror.
Voice to Men.
Voice to Men. I know I signed those certificates the other day, huh? Are those the certificates that you?
Yeah, I didn't get Man in the Mirror and Man on the Mission because they still had to sign them. I just finished all those
We
classes.
just finished several of them, yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman, question.
Yeah, I saw at the last one, they wanted you to get a lot of substance abuse treatment.
I got 2 more classes in that. I got 2 more.
Right, and I just wanted to state for the record, it's not really you. I mean, I'm reading this, inmate does not have a history of substance abuse and is not eligible for substance abuse program. He is on backlog for living in balance. Yet you got about 30 drug charges on your rap sheet. I don't know where this came from.
That's what I said. Yeah, when I reviewed his record, Mr. Freeman, I thought, well, his charges are drug related. So I don't know where that confusion came from, but he's definitely.
But he's definitely tried.
Yes, sir.
He's made an effort.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it, Warden.
All right. I'm looking at the next step would be the people in support. We don't have anybody speaking in support. We don't have anybody speaking in opposition that I see, but we do have some opposition from one of the victims is opposed. And we have the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office is opposed. The Orleans, that's Jefferson Parish Sheriff is opposed, and the Attorney General is opposed. So there's some law enforcement opposition there. This case is assigned to me. So I want to, rather than straight out just go with questions, I don't really have many more. Just summarize what we're looking at. We're looking at John Sheep, who's a 55-year-old male, classified as a 5th offender. And Mr. Sheep pled guilty to possession with intent to distribute heroin and subsequently sentenced to serve 25 years at hard labor. Under Orleans 491-962, he pled guilty to unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling and was sentenced to serve 3 years at hard labor. Under Orleans 502-536, Mr. Sheep pled guilty as an habitual offender to distribution of heroin and possession with intent to distribute heroin and was sentenced to serve 25 years and 4 years, respectively, at hard labor. All sentences were ordered to be served with the Department of Public Safety and Corrections and run concurrently with each other. John Sheep has served 4 terms of community supervision and has had 4 terms of community supervision revoked due to new felony convictions. In addition to the instant offense, Mr. Sheep has been convicted of simple robbery, 2 counts, possession of crack cocaine, resisting an officer, simple battery of a police officer, 3 counts, possession with intent to distribute crack cocaine, possession of heroin, simple battery, and possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a pretty serious, long record of criminal behavior, and a pretty poor record on supervision. So I don't have any. Why would it, just tell me what would be so different if we put you on supervision again? You had 4, not strike 3 out, strike 4. You want strike 5? I'm just trying to figure out what would be different this time.
Sir, I was a child back then. I wasn't on a grown man stuff I'm on now. I wasn't thinking like a grown man. I'm older now. I'm 55 years old. I don't have none of that in me anymore. I don't have I don't even think on that type of life anymore. At 55 years old, I wake up in the morning, all my body cracking and hurting. I don't got nothing, I don't want nothing to do with that type of life. I'm on high blood pressure and all that type of life that messed my life up completely. I don't want nothing to do with that no more. All I want to do is keep going forward like I'm doing. That's all I do every day. I wake up with a clear frame of mind, on a different bed than what I was living back then. That was 15 years ago. I don't want nothing to do with that, sir. I haven't got none of that in my heart. My heart is not that person.
How long have you served, actually?
On this charge right here?
Yes.
15 years.
15. Okay.
May I ask a question? Chief, what is your plans? I see Bertha Lucas and Russell Lucas is your residence plan. And
Yes,
who are
ma'am.
those? And are they related to you?
That's my mother and father.
You going back to their house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living there when you committed the instant charge you're on?
No, I wasn't living with them anymore. I was in the streets.
In the streets. That's a good way of putting it. And you don't have an exact employment plan, but you do. You're talking about a food truck, and you have Social Security disability. At 55, you probably should work. Working keeps people out of problems. Honest work.
I don't mind doing whatever I need to do, ma'am, to stay on the streets. Whatever. I don't have a problem with none of that.
Project, but they would have to accept it. I'm not saying.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna vote first, Mr. Sheik. First off, I think you have a good attitude now. I've seen the warden back there shaking her head a lot. I hope I'm reading him right, warden. I think he's moving in the right direction. The only thing I'm worried about is your drug problem. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grant you conditional upon completing a long-term DLC substance abuse program. Okay? Long as it could be is 9 months. So if you complete that program and don't get in any trouble, then you'll be released after completion of that program, and you to follow all conditions. I want a curfew from 9 to 6,
Yes, sir.
and I want random drug screen. That's just my vote.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with it.
She, getting your GED is quite a accomplishment, and I want to congratulate you on that, and hope that that attitude of continuing to learn follows you outside the prison walls. My vote today is also to grant to a long-term substance abuse program, and with the same special conditions of Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and concur with my colleagues with the same special condition. And if you violate any of those conditions, they'll be revoked when you come back. So hopefully you got it in your mind that you're not gonna do it just like you told us. Hopefully you got it, you got the right mind and you're not going back because you can't afford any violation.
Y'all won't hear nothing bad from me.
Won't hear nothing from you.
That's what we hope.
That's what we're hoping for. But if we do, you know what's gonna happen, right? You'll be right back over there for the rest of that time.
I ain't
Send it
trying
back
to do
to
that.
me if that's what happens. Send it
All
back
right.
to me.
All right. So this means your parole has been granted today conditionally to complete the substance abuse program, long-term DOC. And this concludes our business at Allen Correctional Center for the day at 12:42 p.m.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, I don't know what comes up with this one, but they go like right in executive session after it starts. This is Blake Duran. Let's see if I can see what he's here for. Nope, he's not on the list. Nope, he's not on the list. But just for fun, I made a bumper. We're not professionals. We are not professionals here. We are here, but we're not professionals.
Chilling. How y'all been doing?
Look, oh my God, we're eavesdropping. We're eavesdropping. They're talking. I know y'all can't see this. Let me pull this. Hold up. Let me pull this off just so y'all can see. I can't make it bigger, but there's this little thingy here in the corner. This guy comes in, they're fist bumping in this corner up here. Watch. What's up?
Chilling. How y'all been doing?
Chilling. How y'all been doing? Look, eavesdropping. Look. And this one guy sitting here just scared to death. And we got other guys shooting with breeze back here in the background. I mean, like, y'all stop. I'm trying to have a hearing here. Okay. Here we go.
Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16, 2025, and the time is 12:44 p.m. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and our remote location is Riverbend Detention Center. With the staff at Riverbend, please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Lieutenant Johnny.
Thank you. Mr. Duran, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number?
My name is Blake Duran, DOC number 714262.
Right. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you, a white paper with your name on it talking about appointed counsel?
No, sir, I received one though.
You received it?
Yes,
And you remember signing it?
Yes, sir.
You were determined not eligible for appointed counsel at that time?
Yes, sir.
You ready to continue this hearing without retained counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to read you the violations against you and ask you for a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And it is alleged by your parole officer that you have violated the condition of your parole when you engage in criminal activity by committing the offense of bank fraud and theft over $5,000. How do you plead to that?
Not.
Stop. Now we know what he did. I'm going to back up just a second because I want to hear all that again. Bank fraud and theft. And this man said not, and I know he's not going to finish saying not guilty because come on, we got cameras these days, guys.
Engage in criminal activity by committing the offense of bank fraud and theft over $5,000. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Homegoing. Quit playing with the door over there,
All
sir.
right. Mr. Freeman has assigned your case, so he's gonna go ahead and take it from here.
Okay, Mr. Duran, have you been to court on that charge?
Yes, sir.
And what did they do in court?
I'm still going to court. Last time I went to court, they was talking about dropping it down to a misdemeanor, but the DA had to leave, so I got to go back to court on September 9th.
Right. Because we really need them charges disposed of before we can make a decision on you.
Yes, sir.
And they're not taking you back till September 9th. How long have you been in jail?
I've been incarcerated for 8.5 months now.
Yeah. Wow.
They tried to relieve my bond obligations to let me bond out, but I have a hold.
Correct. Correct.
I wonder why, sir.
Because I have all the legal paperwork for.
Yeah, I know what direction they're going in. Can I call for an executive session real quick?
Second.
Yep.
Freeman? Yes.
Zahraa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Executive session. All right.
All right. Committee on Parole is called back to order. Can I get a second?
Yes.
Vote.
Okay, Mr. Duran, I was trying to look for an avenue to where we didn't have to hold you until we get these charges disposed of, but don't look like the avenue is there. So, besides voting to revoke, we need to vote to continue until these charges are done. And that's what I would ask. I'm going to continue it until September when the charges are finished. And then we will try to get you on the docket as quickly as possible.
May I speak?
Yeah.
I have all the police report reads that the only reason I was put under arrest was due to the fact that I didn't have the proof of my business on me at the time. But I have all my LLCs right here that was notarized, and my bank statements and my tax revocation numbers. And
Right.
I said
That's not good. That's still, I know what you say, but they're not saying that. They're saying you deposited a check that was fraudulent and you went to several banks and drew money out your account on a fraudulent check. So we're not going to get into that. My vote is to continue until after charges are disposed.
Mm-hmm. So he was
How about
messing
to
with checks.
continue so that we can learn the disposition of.
One more time. Go ahead.
Is there any way I can have my bond obligations and have a house arrest bracelet? I've never missed a court date. I'm not a flight risk. I've never violated parole or had a violent crime. And they told me that I could bond out, but I just had to talk to y'all. And I've talked to my parole officer, Michael Moore. That's how they called him to court last time I went to court. That's the reason they was going to drop it down to a misdemeanor and get rid of the charges. I have no problem showing I never did anything wrong on parole before.
Hello,
Well,
you've been on parole
As
before.
Mr. Freeman said, we're not going to go into the guilty, innocence, this and that. We can continue the hearing, or we can have it. That's the two options we have right now.
We can allow him to bond
in front of.
So what we do, just say.
Oh, they muted the session.
All right, I'm going to allow you to bond.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
The parole board has the option to allow him to bond. We're going to allow you to bond at this time. You are to stay at home unless you are working.
Yes, sir. I do have a job too.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
How much is it?
Okay. Well,
I said, she said we could just allow him to bond, at least entertainment.
my bond's $500. The bond will be paid today. Will the hold be lifted today?
I don't know. That's going to be up to the institution.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, y'all.
Okay, wait. That's just my vote.
Oh my God, slow down, sir.
My vote is to lift the hold and allow bonding.
And I'm going to go ahead and concur with Mr. Freeman on it. So you will be allowed to bond out.
Thank y'all.
All right.
So it is continued. That's what it's going to be.
That concludes our business with Mr. Durant. And we got one more left for that or Relevance.
Thank y'all. God bless y'all.
Okay, one more left for Alan. Let's check
I'm
him
doing a
out.
lot of way.
Yeah, I mean, the kid spoke highly of himself, and and I was right. It was a check, and that was just a lucky guess. But it is what it is, and he'll get to bond out. I mean, I guess it's it is what it is. But one thing I do have to say, he needs to be more respectful to the board. It should have been a yes sir and a no sir, not a y'all. That was a little disrespectful. So this guy is Warren White. Let me see if I can peek. Oh, I closed that already, I think. Hold up. Let me see real quick if I can find out Warren White. Is he on this list? Turner? Nope. Nope, he's not on this list. So we're going in blind, guys. Oh, hello. You're right up there in my thing.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16, 2025, and the time is 1:10 p.m. Can y'all hear me down there?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel today are Mr. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel today is at headquarters Baton Rouge, and our remote location is Riverbend Detention Center. Mr. White, would you please give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Warren White, EOC number is 348684.
All right. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
A parole.
Yeah, it's a sheet of paper that you signed addressing appointed counsel. That one right there.
Yeah, I left it under my rag though.
Okay, you see that one there?
Yes, sir.
And that one went over with your parole officer, and you were determined that you were not eligible for appointed counsel by the Supreme Court guidelines. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you hired an attorney for this hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the violations against you and ask you for a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. So you explain. It's alleged that you have violated condition number 4, that you engage in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on August 4th, 2024 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for home invasion, battery of a dating partner with child endangerment, violation of a protective order, and misdemeanor negligent entering. The bill of information from East Baton Rouge stated where the subject was formally charged with battery of a dating partner, neglect, injuring, and violation of a protective order, and those charges were dismissed on 3/24/25. The bill of information also says the subject was formally charged with home invasion, and that charge was also dismissed on 3/24/25 due to no cooperation from the victim.
I was going to ask.
How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
All right, and then you also, number 10, are delinquent $315 on your parole fee. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
All right. Mr. Freeman has assigned your case, and I'm going to go ahead and turn the questioning over to him.
Okay, I see we're at your hearing. You said you didn't commit these crimes?
No, sir.
Okay, did you go to her house?
No, sir. I have history with her, and she know that I was on parole for her since 2023, and she the one who don't want to see me with nobody, but she can do what she wants. So I wasn't around here, so then by me don't want to be with her. She did what she had to do to lock me back up.
So you think she would even lie to the point where she would involve her son in the lie?
Yes, sir. She done did it more than one time. I have 10-year history with her.
Victim blaming.
Why
No,
would you
sir.
keep a history with someone that keeps getting you in trouble?
Well, I was doing it only because of the kids. I was helping her raise her kids and I was taking care of her. But I seen, well, the last time that I went that she wasn't for me. So
Right,
I
William.
had decided to get
Right.
on and let her go. But she mentally disturbed. She don't want to leave me alone.
Okay.
No, sir. Stop. Stop victim blaming. I hate that. That aggravates the hell out of me. Don't blame the other person. Take ownership of what happened.
So when was the last time you were at her house?
It's been since 23 when I came off the first job. Now she didn't the job I had, she used to call my job and stuff, and I used to tell my manager them don't give me the phone because I don't suppose they have no dealing with her. She'll pop up all around my sister's house and she'll end up calling the police on her. She'll get away, but they never did get in contact with her.
Okay, and that's all fine and dandy, but for 10 years, you kept this going for 10 years. Hello, there should have been a cutoff point. If it was that big of a problem, there should have been a cutoff point. Just saying.
Nothing on situations like this here. And she told me if she couldn't have me, nobody could have me. So she called the police on me and had me wanted, and I didn't even know what was going on.
No.
How long you been in jail?
About to be 1 year tomorrow.
So you'll be in jail 1 year tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Did they take pictures?
I don't see no pictures. I see.
But they
No.
said they took.
They said they had lacerations and a hematoma on the eye, but you saying you wasn't nowhere around?
No, sir.
Where did they arrest you at?
They arrested me at the other side of 1423 where I was staying with my sister. And
How far is that away from her house?
She stays ways on Gardner Lane somewhere over there. So it's a nice piece.
Gotcha. And your full term date is 12/2/25. I'm correct with that?
Yes, sir. I think it's yeah, what, December the 5th? Somewhere around there.
December 2nd. Okay, all right, I have no further questions.
Were you aware that there's a protective order against you from being around her?
Yes, sir, but I was around her.
How long you been under that protective order?
I think since 23 when I got out, they had the protective order on me.
Why didn't you pay your fees? You were working.
Well, I had told my parole officer the reason why I wasn't paying my fee because my sister, because I stayed with my sister and her old man was going through things, and I was in the blind. I had to help him to try to help pay the bills so I can keep me a place to lay my head. My sister kept running off, then coming back, then running off, coming back. But things had started getting better because they ended up getting married. But this year ended up happening with me.
I got you. Okay. I have no further questions.
Have any questions? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All right.
There was,
okay.
Hold up. They didn't say if there was anybody in opposition or for his release. What happened to all that?
Well, Mr. White, we have nobody at all to refute your story.
Okay.
And you've been in jail a year.
Yes, sir.
Let it play.
So my vote today is going to be to do not revoke and continue on supervision, and that do 11-month special condition time with credit for time served.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take that off because that's gonna make it too hard for him to figure out. I'm not gonna give you that. We're just gonna continue on supervision. You're absolutely 100% stay away from her. If you're caught anywhere around her, your parole will be revoked.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
y'all.
do not revoke, but maintain protective order.
All right, and I'm gonna also vote to do not revoke in order that you abide by the protective order and that you don't go within 1 mile of her residence. Don't accept phone calls, don't accept messages. Anybody tries to deliver something to you, you send it back. Road board ordered me not to contact you or talk with you, and that's it.
Yes, sir.
He said,
That's a chapter that's closed and gone.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
All right.
he said, do not go within 1 mile. 1 mile. Oh my God, of her residence. That's a lot. Okay, sir. All right. I mean, they want him to stay away from her. Maybe she's his kryptonite, right? He'll be at her house tonight. You're probably right. He'll be over there getting him some nookie and yeah, you know. He'll be painting rooms like Katya, naked. Oh my God. Okay. So this one starts in, it doesn't give me this guy's name. So I have no clue where we're going with this. This will probably be, hopefully, let me look real quick. This might be the last. This one, let's see. It's going to take, oh, good Lord. This one's like 30 minutes. I don't know. We can start it and then we'll finish it. I know, right? They all look like, I mean, okay, you know, just because I can and I'm just petty that way, let's zoom in a minute. Okay. 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 She's got a mask on. This one, and look at this one. She's just like, I'm not sure if I want to be here or not. They'll meet at the park. It's 1/3 mile. Okay, I'm going to start playing this one, and then we'll have to probably pick it back up after or when they take their little 15-minute break later, because I don't think we'll be able to finish this one. I have no idea what his parole hearing's for. It didn't tell me, but if they say his name, I've got the sheets pulled up. I can try to look it up real quick. So, okay, Lola, stop.
Today's date is July 17th, 2025. The time is now 9:04. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today to my left is Mr. Zahraa. To my right is Mr. Freeman. With the staff here, introduce yourself. Carla Williams.
Francis Abbott.
Gail Guerin. Okay. And we're the remote site that we're at currently is Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. With the staff there, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Warden Keith Turner, Elaine Hunt.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Deputy Warden Luke Raines. Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Great, thank you very much. Today we're going to hear the first offender. Sir, if you will, would you please introduce yourself with your name and your GOC number?
Yes, ma'am. Marquise Dalton, 421743.
Okay, I'll pause it there because I can tell you exactly what he's in there for. This is a lot. He is in there. His date of birth, well, his year of birth is 1979. So that would be what, he's 46-ish, maybe? I'm guessing, like 1979. Yeah, I think that's like 46. I think. And he is in there for second-degree murder accessory, simple burglary of an habitation, another count of second-degree murder accessory, another simple burglary of an habitation, armed robbery, and firearm, something CCW-CNV. I don't know what all that means. So, yeah, no wonder it's a long hearing. Oh, my Lord.
Okay. Mr. Dalton, according to our record, you're a second-class offender. You're currently serving a 43-year sentence, well, 9 months and 20 days for armed robbery. You were actually on supervision and you were revoked. You had a parole eligibility date last December 4th, 2024. your adjusted good time date is 4/25/2039. And you have a full term date of 10/12/2048. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, it's attempted armed robbery. I know sometimes it doesn't show up in the record that way.
And you would be Ms. Hutchinson, his attorney, and yes, thank you. It is attempted, and I do see that. Also, with Ms. Hutchinson, we have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Pro Project, who's in support today. We do have a victim who is here present and will speak at the appropriate. At this point, I would like to ask Warden Turner, do you have any information about this offender and anything that we need to know?
Yes, ma'am. He's done some good things for us since he's been here. We received him in 2019. He's remained right free for the last 6 years. He's one of our certified mentors here. He does a great job with that. He's earned a degree from Ashland, and he's also completed his victims impact. So he's a very respectful young man. He's done some great things.
Thank you for that input. I have identified everyone I have a record of. I do see individuals there in the room. Would they like to be identified as or speak?
Madam Chairman, we'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves just for the record.
Zaya Dalton,
And
and I'm his daughter.
Kristen Dalton, and I'm his wife. Drusilla Dalton, I'm his mother.
Thank you,
And
Mary.
Madam Chairman, I believe one of them is speaking, the gentlelady in the middle.
Okay, great. Very much. Well, at this time, Ms. Hutchinson, would you like to reserve the last word?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll start off by asking you, Mr. Dalton, what it is that brought you to prison and why at this time do you think we should consider release?
I'm in prison for attempted armed robbery, December 3rd, 2004. While coming back from Baton Rouge into Zachary, I saw Mr. Fur. I first recognized his truck, and we was headed in the same direction at the time. And when I saw the truck, it reminded me of someone that the girl I was dating during my previous incarceration had been in a relationship with. We continued on our way, and we got to an intersection. He made a right, and towards that right, that was the way that she lived. When I recognized that, when he made the right, I followed behind him. He made a right into the neighborhood. I followed behind him, and he went down the street. Then I stopped and I called him. She didn't answer the phone. When later on, after riding, I finally caught up with him. One of the guys in the vehicle was like, somebody's throwing his hands up. I turned around and stopped. And I was approached by Mrs. Brown at that time. Mrs. Brown was very respectful, very cordial. She was hospitable. And at that time, I could admit it, like, this was a misidentity. When I seen the individual, it wasn't the guy who I thought he was. But I didn't want the guys who I was with to think I was, know the real reason why I was following them. So I became confrontational. I directed all my attention to Mr. Fur, and I jumped out of the vehicle and asked him if he wanted to fight. He told me he didn't want to fight. He asked me why I was following him, and I denied that I was following him. He asked me what I wanted from him. I said I didn't want anything from him. And we went back and forth with that. And I got mad, and I asked him, you ask me that one more time, and he did. I went to the vehicle, and I pulled my gun.
Oh,
and I
my
pointed
God.
my gun at him. And I asked him, ask me that one more time. And he did. And he said, you can have whatever you want. And I said, I want your truck. And he said, the keys are in it. I walked towards his vehicle and I yelled back at the guys and I said, y'all gonna help me? And they all just laughed. And at that time, Mrs. Brown started calling for her dad. And I just want to say I had no right to do that and put those young adults and the young man and that woman in that position. But after that I left the scene, I got in my vehicle and I drove off.
And
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Since I've been incarcerated for 21 years, I've grown a lot. But I have to apologize for the fear, the impact, emotional harm that I called Mr. Brown and Mrs. Fur that night. The impact I had on their families as well as their community. But I see here before you as a different human being, a more mature human being. I come to terms that I didn't like the individual I was. So I had to do a real self-assessment to understand, like, how could I ever put two innocent people in such a position? I had to change my way of thinking. I had to understand, like, how could I be a person that did such a shameful act? So I educated myself. I had to challenge my way of thinking because I was thinking irrationally. And then I had to think, I thought a lot about my daughter. Because at that time, my wife was 4 months pregnant. And I didn't take into consideration my actions, not only towards them, but towards my victim.
Okay, so you also had an attempted second-degree murder charge. Is that correct?
Especially after the fact, yes, ma'am.
But that's not what you were discussing. Or that is the attempted second-degree murder. Yeah.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. That was attempted armed robbery.
See,
Okay,
I
so
told
what
y'all
about
there
the
was more to it.
attempted second-degree murder?
All right,
She
was right.
The accessory after the fact to attempted, accessory after the fact to
Accessory after the fact.
after the fact to second-degree murder. I'm sorry. After the crime had happened, it was a guy that shot someone, and I made a 911 call, and I reported my car stolen to try to cover what had happened, because I didn't want anything to do with that.
Oh, you fool. False 911 reports?
At this time,
okay.
We'll allow Miss Dalton, your wife, wants to speak, and we'll let her have her say.
Hello, my name is Christy Dalton, and I am Marquise's wife. We've been married for 17 years, and I've known him for 28 years. And we have a 20-year-old daughter who is going into her third year at Southern University, majoring in nursing. And since Marquise has been in prison, he's taken full accountability of his actions that have led him there, and not taking lightly of the victims that were involved in his reason for being incarcerated. And so again, he's grown tremendously in taking accountability, taking classes and courses that have been offered. He's taken counseling, mental health awareness courses, financial literacy. He's taken welding, paralegal studies, He's also been enrolled in their air conditioner and HVAC courses, and he also served as a GED tutor, and also is helping others to learn literacy program, others to learn how to read.
I don't know that I'd say lying. I would say not telling the full truth.
Both academic and
He
life
didn't
skills.
completely tell the truth.
He's
He
also
didn't really
become a spiritual
lie.
leader.
So,
He is the imam here at the facility.
in my opinion.
He's a practicing Muslim. He serves as the imam at the facility. He leads prayer, offers guidance.
And I don't like people that don't tell
he
full
helps
truths
others
either.
begin with living within their faith and discipline. And through this institution, their mentor-mentee program, he also helps and supports the others in making better decisions and understanding real world consequences for their actions, and making sure that they understand how not to they do leave, they don't come back and don't make the same mistakes that he's made.
Right.
He's also maintained a clear.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were finished.
He's maintained a clean disciplinary record since being here at Hunt, and he has basically maintained not just doing this for show, but actually this is his life and wanting to model and make sure that he's not just he is the person that he genuinely is the person that you see in front of you. He's not he lives the life of discipline, integrity, and responsibility, and ownership of his behavior and the consequences that they cause.
Yeah, we've read a lot of that. I appreciate those comments. I'm going to go ahead and go to Mr. Kerry Myers with the Pearl Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here to let this board know we have accepted Mr. Dalton as a client. And for the reasons I think you may have already seen, it's not just words that he's spoken to you today. He's held himself to a higher standard. He holds the people around him to a higher standard. He has a family that he also recognizes he has to have that higher standard. His programming, his disciplinary record have all been exceptional. Parole Project, because of his lengthy incarceration, is here to provide him with the transitional services that he needs. We are prepared to work with him for as long as necessary. Matter of fact, we actually plan to work with him in an extended period of time to make sure he is ready to move back into society. When he completes our program, he is highly employable. Our employment team will work with him if needed, but he already has employment opportunities waiting for him. We understand that, the length of time his incarceration will have some particularly relevant things that he needs to learn in our program, and we are prepared to help him. He'll be evaluated by our social workers. He'll go through the programming. He'll understand what it takes to technology, financial literacy, social norms, workplace protocols. Those are the things that we'll be able to offer him. But Mr. Dalton has done the hard work. What you see is before you is who he is, and we would just ask this board to consider those things in granting him his parole today.
Yeah, Ms. Hutchinson, would you like to wrap up for Mr. Dalton?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, committee, for taking your time to hear us today. You've received a comprehensive parole packet from me that introduces you to the marquise of today, the man that I've come to know and represent. So I don't plan on going through that packet with you right now, but instead, I'd like to maybe address some concerns I think the committee may have and what we've done with that. And so if I could, I'd like to describe Marquise's life in two distinct halves. The first half being the last 20 years and the other half being the 20 years prior to that. The first half, I'm sure you guys have documented in front of you in his record. That version of Marquise had arrests, misdemeanors, felonies, one poor decision after another, none of which we're skirting around. Even the impending birth of his child, of his daughter, like he talked about, didn't really deter him from the longing to fit in or masking his insecurities with this tough guy persona, seeking validation from people who ultimately didn't matter. And Marquise was failing. With the first charge that you brought up earlier, he did enter prison and do about 5 years on that term, but he didn't focus on rehabilitation or education. He merely did the time and was paroled. It's the difference between the first half 20, the second half 20. So again, he got out and he failed. He caused a great trauma and harm to those two young people in a way that even at the time of the crime, he failed to really even understand the magnitude of his crime. But the Marquise that's before you today, this Marquise of the last 20 years is quite different. And he's driven by two words, purpose and discipline. And I don't want to start with my own words. If you look in exhibits 15 of my packet, you'll see a letter of appreciation from various deputy wardens, program directors, and the warden of Elaine Hunt at the time that recognized Marquise as a person who has dedicated an extraordinary amount of time to helping others rehabilitate. In that letter, they called his mentorship a living testament to the value and hope that comes from true transformation.
I'm going to be grossed out by feet before the end of the day.
There's a 2024 recognition letter, character letter, again signed by institutional leaders that called Marquise the driving force behind the success of multiple rehabilitative efforts. And in the October 2024 letter from, I believe it was a social worker or counselor here, that talked about Marquise being a well-respected mentor and how he advocated for help introduce and help co-facilitate a program called Getting Ahead in a Just Getting By world, because he saw fit to have that class in the institution and he wanted to see it here. You'll also see in Exhibit 13 a letter from Mr. Grove, a Toastmaster, that talks about the same initiative that Marquise took to get a Toastmasters class chartered here. And Toastmasters for individuals is not just about making oral arguments. It's an instrument that can be used to help people articulate themselves and de-escalate situations with words, something that Marquise couldn't do then. Those of you who are familiar with Marquise's sentencing transcripts can recall a young man that struggled to articulate himself and couldn't even explain to Judge Marabella at the time the root of his anger. Today he's educated and has programming and in leadership, and he's learned how to speak effectively.
Yes, true crime.
He can de-escalate conflicts and lead with emotional intelligence. He's been chosen by the institution to take part in public-facing programs like the Frederick Douglass Project. So he's been able to interact with legislators, citizens, church congregations, showing them what transformation looks like. Kerry said it. I think the staff here have said it, like he has truly done the work. You have in front of you a thoughtful and intentional re-entry plan. As Kerry stated, Marquise would be with us for as long as you all deem necessary, because he does want to gradually reintegrate with his family and reconnect. I think the board knows from your other hearings, like revocation hearings, that the transition from incarceration to cohabitation after decades apart can be difficult. And so Marquise understood that, and that's why both him and his wife wanted to go through counseling before they got back in the home together, so that there would be a healthy adjustment. And I think that also speaks to his maturity. As Kerry said, Mr. Lacey, whose letter is in Exhibit 13, offered Marquise an apprenticeship with HVAC, and also LPP, and our letter provided two second chance employers within his area of expertise that he would be able to work in.
Nice.
If I could, just to close out, I do understand that the board has to also weigh the time served versus the sentencing. I would like the board to know that while Marquise has a 40-year sentence for the attempted robbery and a 10-year sentence for the possession of a firearm as a felon that ran concurrent, puts him right at about 50% of his time. However, Marquise has served 100% of the time that the state offered him his plea deal. So at the
Why are
time
they
of
not?
trial,
I don't understand why they're not shut up, meat. I don't know why they're not addressing this. The other chart. I'm confused. Shut up.
they felt that a 20-year sentence was sufficient for the crime that he committed. Marquise obviously decided to go to trial, and because of the habitual offender statute, he had an increase in his sentencing. But I do want the board to recognize that the state did believe that 20 years was enough for Marquise. And if we take that into consideration, he has completed 100% of that time. He is a mentor in RDAP and has passionately worked with other programs. I put in that packet an actual weekly schedule just to see how much work Marquise does within the prison system. We are prepared to accept with any conditions and guidelines that this board sees fit, and we just ask that you see the difference, the profound, demonstrated difference between Marquise of the past and Marquise today. Thank you.
We do all that information in our packet, 260 pages. So at this time, we're going to allow Ms. Jasmine Matthews an opportunity to speak to the panel.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there because I believe this is a victim.
Just state your name.
And that's going to get into a long, I have a feeling she's going to be up there for, no, it doesn't show her being up there for very long. Okay, let's let her roll.
And your relationship to the case.
So my name is Jasmine Matthews. I am the daughter of Oscar Whitney, the accessory to the second-degree murder. After hearing everything that Marquise and his attorney spoke about, I don't have any ill intention towards him. I know he was the accessory to that murder, but at the end of the day, I do believe he has changed. I just want him to know that even though you wasn't the person who actually did it, it still impacted you. And I do have a lot of questions because nobody really knows what happened. And I do understand that he has a daughter. At the end of the day, I'm a daughter who lost her dad at 3 years old. I can't get that back. But I do believe in second chances. I see one of to have that, that bond with his daughter that he missed out on. So I do forgive him for being a part of that. And I think my understanding for that is just because I am a criminal justice major. I am getting my master's in criminal justice, so I know the ins and outs of the system. So I do appreciate him even, acknowledging the fact that he told a lie and he owned up to it and he did the work in prison. So I can't fault him at that, but I do have questions. If he is granted parole today, I do want to speak with him if that is okay. And I do appreciate him, apologizing for what he's done and how he tried to make an impact in our community and things like that. So.
Jasmine, you've been very brave and gracious today. Thank you for being here. As far as the communication goes, I'm going to allow our victims group to moderate that decision.
That was not, I didn't expect it to go that way.
No.
I'm going to turn that back down, do the volume back that way.
She was just hard to hear. You do a very good job preparing. I would say that I really think the change started in 2017 for him. I think that's when he may have turned the curve in my review of his file, when he started getting serious about his programming. And so there is a lot to consider. Do my colleagues have any questions?
I do. First off, why did you come to Hunt? Why did they send you to Hunt?
I came to Hunt from the police barracks. I had received a write-up for an unauthorized visit.
Okay. All right. And Visit.
Unauthorized visit? How do you have an unauthorized visit?
Okay.
I don't understand that either.
And just, I mean, I'm kind of like the daughter said, I'm a little confused. You called in and said somebody stole your car. How was that an accessory? How were you trying to cover up or help out whoever had committed the murder?
Because by me calling in that the car was stolen and that I didn't admit what had happened. I didn't tell the truth that it was a lie. The car wasn't stolen. It was my car. And by me not being upfront with them, I contributed to him getting away or trying to him getting away and not being accountable, I guess, for his actions. So I contributed to that. I lied.
Okay, and I do want to acknowledge you have done a lot, and I'm looking at the report that was sent in by your attorney, and you've done a lot of classes since your other hearing, and appreciate you putting in the hard work. And once again, I also want to thank the victim for those brave words.
And Mr. Zahraa.
I too have questions about that attempted second-degree murder because
Thank you. I have questions
reading in
too.
the
Thank you.
pre-parole investigation and says that you were actually shooting. What really happened that day?
It goes to the day of the young man's trial. I had already received my sentence, and my cousin had already received our sentence for accessory after the fact. The lawyers came in, we was in the bullpen, they came in the bullpen, and they was like, you need to help him out. They said that I want to make sure I tell you the truth. And they said they asked me to say that I had shot out the T-tops. I said, sir, I didn't do that. I'm not going to say that. It was my cousin's friend. So my cousin said, well, I'll say it if it's okay with him. They was like, it'll help him out. You know, y'all, it's not going to come back and haunt y'all. But I told him I would not say that. I'm not going to admit to something I didn't do. And so my cousin made that statement at trial. I didn't, but I did not shoot out those T-tops. And I just want to say I apologize to that victim. I apologize for that scene ever happened, not being responsible. Not because that was my car, and I should have been brave enough to say, but I was passed out. That was my irresponsible. I wish I could have been more brave to stand up and say something. I was the coward in that situation for not being willing to stand up for what was right. And I apologize. I apologize for that.
You're telling me about what happened at the courthouse. What happened on the street? What did you know? What did you see? It was more than just reporting the car stolen. It says you were in the car.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Y'all ran across the guy on the airline highway. Y'all followed him around a couple of times during the day. Go from that part. How did it all end up after that?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, sir, for explaining that. Earlier that day, we went to a gas station. Me and my cousin, we went to the gas station. That's when we found his friend and another guy. They was in another car. He went into the store and bought us something to drink. My cousin went in the store and bought us something to drink. They was asking like, where we going? We're going to a club. They followed behind us, paused right there. They had got into it with him at the store. I stayed in the car. I don't know the transaction that happened between them in the store. We drove to the club, spent some time at the club. Later.
And we're back.
I have been updated by my clerk as to the status of Dr. Stankus, and I was just advised that it might be past 2:30. And so, Mr. Kading, could you give the court an update, please?
Yes, I spoke with her 30 seconds ago. She said her, what do we call those? GPS is telling her 2:45.
All right. And have the parties discussed when she will continue her testimony?
Yes, if we do not complete today, she would be available Tuesday.
At what time?
That's unclear, but morning would be preferable. She is leaving in the evening again on Tuesday, so Tuesday morning.
All right. And Ms. Stone, obviously you're just receiving this information as it relates to what you have planned for your witnesses next week. It seems hard for me to believe we're going to finish her testimony today when we were concerned about finishing her testimony if we started at 2:15, but of course we'll still see. As it relates to the potential of Tuesday for the continuation of the testimony.
Your Honor, Ms. Stone and I spent most of the lunch, or a good portion, not the most, we spent a good portion of the lunch trying to rearrange doctor schedules based on this because we have a number, Dr. Parliament, Dr. Gilbert, and Dr. Kim around their schedules. We rearranged that anticipating either a Friday or potentially a first thing Monday. We were not anticipating a Tuesday, so we've already made some rearrangements. Tuesday is problematic. I think she could complete on Tuesday, but I don't think she could complete necessarily first thing in the morning on Tuesday because we have other people that have a tight timeline that we're working through. So I can tell the court that I did talk to the jail over lunch. I understand that Friday, I'm being told, is not available for Dr. Stankus. I will tell the court I did talk to the jail over the lunch to see if the jail would be able to accommodate trial on Friday afternoon and whether I should start canceling and moving other things around. Sergeant Dalton indicated that they would be able to make that work. There were no other hearings at the courthouse Friday afternoon, so they would be able to make that work. That would be the state's preference. If Monday is not an option that is available, I obviously would like to not interrupt either the cross-examination, and I understand that this is a contingency plan only. Would like to not interrupt the cross-examination, but I would also like to not interrupt the state's witnesses that we've now rescheduled multiple times due to Dr. Stankus. And I'm not casting aspersions by any means on Dr. Stankus or Mr. Kading. I will tell you the state is frustrated by the scheduling.
Why can we not proceed tomorrow afternoon?
My understanding is she's flying back to Nevada tonight. She's coming in scheduled to fly out at 6 o'clock.
So I don't know that, well, let's see where we get, but I don't know that the court is willing to accommodate that. Where her schedule is already being accommodated. She was supposed to testify at 1:30 today. That was
Judge
actually
is
said
mad.
long before I was involved in this case. And then she indicated she wasn't coming, and then she said, okay, I'll come. And I recognize she didn't control what happened to her flight this morning, but no one should be shocked, frankly, that a flight out of Las Vegas was canceled or delayed. And so
she's not happy.
If we do not conclude her testimony, I would like to look at continuing her testimony tomorrow. I have a hearing at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I will move that hearing to a different time so that she could testify in the morning after my civil calendar is over, and have an afternoon flight back to where she's going back to. But I think it causes a lot of problems if we don't conclude her testimony. So just like that to be something that is looked at. And I recognize, Mr. Kading, I'm giving you this information and that you will speak to the witness, and I recognize that you did not create the scheduling issues.
And Your Honor, prior to you coming in, we did talk a little bit about some of the doctors they had that were scheduled for Tuesday. They thought might be better on Monday anyway. So I don't know. It's not a cast in stone. I think that their witnesses would prefer to testify on Tuesday.
It's not that. We scheduled them around based on the availability. So for example, Dr. Parliament is working a 24-hour shift all day on Monday. Which is why he has requested Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. because he will have been working for 24 hours straight on Monday. in his capacity. We have moved Dr. Gilbert now multiple times, and she has a meeting now on Monday that she cannot miss. So we have had to relocate Dr. Gilbert. We've moved Dr. Kim multiple times now, and he has had to reschedule those patients multiple times based on this. And so we have tried to now accommodate Dr. Kim first thing in the morning. I think those are all reasonable requests from the state's doctors. We didn't create any of the scheduling conflicts. So all of those things, there have been a number of dominoes that the state has tried to respond to. I feel like the state has been very accommodating. And so it's not certainly a personal preference. They have patients that they are missing, and they have work that they have to be at. In contrast, and I'm not saying that Dr. Stankus doesn't, but it is a different scenario. And so for those reasons, I would ask that we do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, if that is an option that is available, because I think that creates the least amount of issues for the state's witnesses moving forward on Monday. We just spent the lunch hour relocating all of those people in the schedule to try and accommodate this issue. I'm hopeful that none of those things are needed and we're able to do this during, we're able to get done. That's the state's hope, and that this is a non-issue. But in terms of a contingency plan, that would be the state's next request, would be a Friday. All right, the court just got a note and that it's concerning.
Also, the court has taken for granted, and I apologize, I did not check with the interpreters about their availability, because they have been told their interpreting is Monday through Thursday. So I apologize for not asking, and I would inquire as to your availability on Friday.
Yes, Anna. So we will have only two interpreters for tomorrow, and me and Mr. Sadek, and we cleared Friday, and we were allowed to take any assignments and stuff. But if the court have this assignment, we can, with what we have, accommodate that for the court. So it's not an issue for them.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, I did not ask sooner.
No worries, Anna.
Okay. So I received a note from corrections that they are only available in the afternoon. And I request that they speak with Sergeant Dalton about that. And again, I recognize we just still don't know, but we need to start planning now and not wait until the end of the day. I believe that I can recess my civil calendar at 10. I'm trying to do as early as possible so that the doctor could conclude her testimony and be able to get a timely flight out. So I believe that we could start at 10 a.m. So I'm telling corrections that so that they can tell that to Sergeant Dalton with a please check on that, Sergeant Dalton. And I will be in recess until I'm advised that the doctor is here. I am going to ask that the bailiffs advise the jury that they are not going to get a break, and so that they're prepared to come into court until the conclusion of the day. Thank you.
All right. You go, Judge. So what she just said, they're not even going to get their 15-minute break this afternoon. She said, nope, not today. Not today. You're not getting your 15-minute afternoon break. And Ava, to address you, yes, ma'am. Well, hang on. Let me mute so I can hear her. Okay, sorry, Ava, but I wanted to tell you that nothing's happened. It's just they're I don't know why she's barking. I'm sorry. Bark warning. I don't know why she's barking. There's nothing out there. She's in the kitchen. I don't know what's going on. Meat's in his kennel, so I don't know. Anyways, what I was going to say was I have flown in and out of Las Vegas a lot of times, Ava, and nothing has happened, sweetie. It's just that I do know for a fact that airport is never on time. They're always delayed there. We have the same thing at Intercontinental here in Houston. Always delays. always. So it's nothing that surprised me. And I agree. They're wasting time. The doctor should be held in contempt if she can't complete her, come tomorrow because this has been planned. They're moving schedules around. There's other doctors involved that are local to this and have moved their schedules and patients around to accommodate this, and they keep moving people and witnesses, and that's not, it's just not fair. It's not fair. And like she said, sorry, oh my God, that was my ears. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Tacoma's the same. Yeah, I mean, there's just always delays, Ava, always. I mean, and if they tell you be there at 1, you need to be there at 11 a.m. if you have a 1 o'clock flight, because it's just horrible. It's horrible. So yeah, there's nothing going on in Las Vegas, sweetie. Right, exactly. True crime. Their jobs are important, but they have to accommodate her several times, and to keep moving things around for this one witness, and they're calling her out of order at that. They're going to call her out of order anyways. So she should have taken, at least 2 days and been prepared for this. I don't know. I'm just like frustrated by it. That's this, and now I really want to hear her testimony. What is so important that this one woman, this one doctor has to say about this whole situation that is that intriguing as a defense witness? I'm really interested to find out now what this woman has to say, because it's got to be something interesting, the way they're so insistent that she needs to be there. So I don't know. Lola, you can't chew metal. Give me that. See, look, this dog, metal. Anything she can find, she chews. She's a chewer. That's why I say I get all my glasses are Dollar Tree glasses, because if anything they haven't said her specialty. Squirrel. See, I read and talk at the same time. And I get all my dollar store at the Dollar Tree, all my little glasses. They're all 250s, 225s. And I hide them under my pillow, so I have them in my bed. When I'm sleeping, I have y'all think I'm crazy. Look. Y'all look. Yes, there is court tomorrow. Look, I'm going to make myself big for just a minute. Just, okay, look, see? Look, here's 4 pair just sitting right here. Oh, wait, hold up. Here's an eyeglass case. Wait, there's more. Here's another eyeglass case. Wait, there's more. There's more. There's one more over here. Hold up, there's another pair. Look, here's another pair. Y'all, I told y'all, I have a problem with glasses. They're everywhere. They're all over my desk. Oh, yes, and on my head. Thank you, Ava, reminded me. Yes, I even got a pair on my head. She's going to say it's normal to choke your daughter. You think so, Case? I have many eyes. Yes, 80s. Y'all are fun. Y'all see, I told y'all, I am off the rails. I am not your normal, what do we call ourselves, YouTubers? I don't freaking know. Anyways, yeah, so sorry. I told y'all I'm not your typical. Let's pop this back up. Add to stage. Okay, let's go back to the other view, because I like this view. I just didn't know if the water would be disturbing to people. So that's why I've been doing the other view, this one down here. Come on, change layout for me. Why is it not working? Hello. Come on, layouts. There we go. Yes, absolutely, Cindy. Squirrel. With lots of glasses. Squirrels with glasses. Oh my goodness. And now the dogs are finally being quiet. Lola's laying down. She's being good. She's not trying to jump in my lap. But they said at 45 creators. Okay, we're creators. Thank you, True Crime. Creators. I will miss y'all tomorrow. I won't pop in. We are going to take the son to the water park. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. That would be so exciting. Going to a water park. Yes, sunscreen. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, sunscreen. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to have to talk to Hector about my hours for tomorrow. Yeah, because Fridays are his days off, and so typically, if I wasn't running, if we weren't viewing trials, I would take Fridays off, or just do a morning Friday. But usually Fridays being his days off, that's our day. We go to lunch and we spend time together. It's just me and him. My stepson watches mom for us, and we spend a little time together. So that's usually my time with him. But he knows this is all new, and it's a change for him too. So Maria, fun water parks. We did Cedar Point's water park last week. A lot of fun. Oh, you went to a water park too. Your shoulders are peeling. Oh, y'all, I had us just to be chit-chatting while we're waiting on them. They should be back in the next couple minutes, according to her thing. She said 4:45 was the GPS, is what I heard her say. And I had a second degree sunburn back. God, I was in my 20s. We had gone out on a boat, and I had put sunscreen on, but I'm a very pale person. I burn very easy. I put sunscreen on, and I fell asleep. I fell asleep out on the boat, and I was laying on my side, and nobody woke me up to reapply sunscreen or anything. And we're talking, this was, 80s, 90s, and nobody thought to wake me up and say, hey, reapply your sunscreen. It's really hot. And they just let me sleep on the front of the boat like that. It was a big old pontoon boat. And I woke up, and one half of me was sunburned because I was laying on my side. So I had one arm, half my face, one leg was just solid burn. The other half of my body wasn't burned. So I'm telling y'all, no lie, for days, right, Cindy, 20 years ago, it wasn't what it was today for sunscreen. And I remember crying, not gonna lie. I locked myself in the bedroom. I had two older stepkids, and then I had my daughter, and I locked myself in the bedroom, and I just stayed in there naked for about 3 days. I would come out, I would put my robe on, run to the bathroom, and I'd go back. They were bringing me food to my room and stuff. I couldn't put clothes on my body. I hurt so bad. So yeah, and then I had another incident on another boat. It was a little John boat, and I kept reapplying the sunscreen. We were only out there for about an hour, and I kept reapplying the sunscreen, but it didn't work either. And I had big burns on my chest and my shoulders, and I still have scar marks from that. So yeah, and I don't play with the sun today. I'm like, nope, sun's out, sunscreen's on. I'm not. Nope, don't go out the door. You're bald. Jesus. See, Hector wears a hat all the time, William. He wears a hat all the time. The only time you're going to see him without a hat is if he's inside, sitting in a recliner or in bed. Other than that, he wears a hat all the time to cover his bald head. And that's great. I love it. You put vinegar on sunburns? Oh my God, I couldn't imagine that. I remember with the aloe vera plants, my mama had aloe vera plants, and we go pull a leaf off and bust it in half, and we rub it all over, just rub those aloe vera plants and squeeze and get all that gooey out. That was when I was a kid. Mom used to treat us with sunburns with that. But yeah, those bad 2 burns that I had, after that second one on that John boat, I said, no, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. They should be back any minute now. It's kind of like, oh, you remember that commercial? Look, I say, oh, you have a ton of aloe vera. I love aloe vera plants, but I have such a black thumb. '80s. You made me think of that song, That Smell. What was I saying? Oh, I was talking about seeing this. For some reason, I feel like that commercial back in the day, I think it was it a Best Buy commercial? And they stood at the door. It was during like Thanksgiving season. They go, open, open, open. What was that commercial? Wasn't it? It was I think it was a Best Buy commercial. I'm trying to remember. Aloe is the only plant you can't kill. You know, I have such I would love to grow plants. Leonard Skinner. That smell. Okay, Paula knows it. See, Paula's on it. Paula's on it. See, you got that tune down. I know, right? Yeah, my mom. See, and that's the thing, City. My mom used to say she could kill. It was Mervin's. Okay, see, you remember? See, somebody remembers. Yeah, it was open. Let me see if I can find that commercial. Just for fun. Just for fun. Let me see if I can find that commercial while we're sitting here staring at a headboard. Oh my goodness. Mervin's. Mervyn's. Open commercial. Look at that. It's like Google's listening to me.
Open. Hi. No!
Hi, you okay?
The dream again.
Loses key or key breaks
Key
off?
breaks off. Yeah, I know.
Mervyn Super Sale now through Saturday. Doors open
Yes.
at 9. We promise. Mervyn's. Big brand, small prices.
Okay, here we go.
Open, open, open.
Open, open, open.
Hi.
See? Hi. Oh my goodness. Oh, this was the one. Okay.
Open, open.
Open, open, open.
Hi. Where are you?
She's freezing.
Open. Open, open, open.
Open, open, open. That's all I can remember.
We promise. Mervyn's. Big brand, small prices.
Open, open, open.
Open, open, open.
The bill. Oh my gosh, y'all remember that?
Hi, it's me.
Schoolhouse Rock. I don't remember. Who was that wrestler?
Hey, wait, what about my door?
Let's back up. Let's review that wrestler while we're. Who is that? I don't know. Okay. All right, we're back. We're back. Yes, true crime. Yes. It's the bill on Capitol Hill. Exactly. It's the bill.
Yes.
Yes, William. You know she's got to be hot. She has to be hot.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. During trial, it is sometimes necessary to permit a witness to testify out of the regular order. And in this case, the court is allowing a defense witness to testify during the state's case in chief due to scheduling conflicts. The order of witnesses should not affect your evaluation of the testimony given. Mr. Kading, call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I call Dr. Jennifer Stankus.
Dr. Stankus, come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Kading may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Jennifer Stankus, Stankus.
And Dr. Stankus, could you tell us what your education history is?
Sure. I'm an emergency physician. I went to medical school at the University of Washington. Before that, I went to law school at the University of Denver. And before that, I went to undergraduate at the University of Colorado at Boulder.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm an emergency physician. I practice at Madigan Army Medical Center as clinical faculty in the emergency department.
Okay, and what else do you do for work?
So at this point, over the last few years, I've been about half-time clinical medically, and then the other half of my time is split between doing some expert work like this and other work that's not related to medicine.
Okay, and are you a member of any professional associations?
I am. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a former chairperson of the Emergency Medicine Foundation and a diplomat of the American Board of Emergency Medicine.
Okay, and Dr. Stankus, have you ever qualified to be a expert witness before?
Yes.
Okay, and what field do you expert witness in?
So I'm asked to opine on medical questions, and that can be in civil cases or like this in criminal cases. So it's been a pretty broad range of cases.
Okay, and you indicated you were an expert witness. So are you paid to be here?
I am.
Okay, and does the fact that you're being paid have any influence on your testimony?
No.
And is the amount you're being paid a customary amount?
Yes.
Okay. So we are here on the case of State versus Ali and Ali. Have you had an opportunity to review the medical records in this case?
I have.
And have you reviewed anything else?
Yes.
What else did you review?
I reviewed the police reports and also the videos.
Okay. And you saw the bus video and also the handheld phone videos?
I did.
Okay. And when you reviewed those records and that video, did the diagnosis and things that you found in the medical reports, did that seem consistent with what you viewed and read?
It did.
Okay. And one of the things that was an issue that's going to be an issue in this case is something called pneumomediastinum. Could you please tell us what that is?
Sure. Pneumo just means air. Mediastinum is the central cavity in the chest. It's the area, basically, media is middle, and stinum, you can think of your sternum, so it's the cavity there. Pneumomediastinum means that there's air in that cavity, and there shouldn't be air in that cavity. There should be air in your trachea and in your lungs and in your esophagus sometimes. But it means that there's air inside that cavity, which is unusual.
Okay. And so can you tell us how typically does that air get there?
So it's not a highly common condition, but it does happen.
Okay. And are there, what are some of the different ways it can happen?
So the worst way it can happen is if you are shot or stabbed, or some sort of penetration into the chest cavity that actually punctures, punctures your lung, punctures the chest wall, punctures your trachea or your esophagus. That would be a very bad day. Other causes, believe it or not, it can happen with a sneezing fit or vomiting or weightlifting or bearing down. And the reason is that think of your lungs as like a big balloon. You have, you take in the air, it goes into your lungs and it travels out to the small little air sacs at the end called alveoli. And if you put too much pressure into that, like anything, you can basically pop it. So you can have a situation where you bear down or you're holding your breath and like say someone jumps on top of you or a dog or something like that can actually pop that alveoli. Another way that can happen is if any of you are scuba divers, you hold your breath, something bad happens, you freak out, you pop to the surface and you forget to exhale. Well, all those gases are going to expand and create more pressure. So it's a pressure issue. And then the other way is you can sometimes tear the esophagus, for example. And the way that can happen is with violent vomiting or some sort of penetrating trauma. We call that Boerhaave syndrome.
Okay. All right. So was that B-O-R, Boerhaave?
You're asking me to spell something that's not fair. I think it's B-O-E-R. I'd have to Google it.
Okay. And when the air in your lungs is trapped and the pressure is applied to it, what is that? What is that called? Is that the Macklin effect?
Yes, it commonly occurs, most commonly I would say, and that would be that effect where you're bearing down like a Valsalva. You're increasing the intercranial or the interthoracic pressure too much.
Okay. Now, in terms of generalities, is pneumomediastinum, is that something that's common in strangulation cases?
No.
And have you ever seen it in a strangulation case?
I've seen it. So I've reviewed many strangulation cases, and I have seen it in one case where I don't think that it occurred from that, but rather from being dragged from behind and struggling on the ground.
Okay. And obviously it could be common in a stabbing offense or something like that, right?
Fortunately, I wouldn't say it's common, but it does occur.
Okay. Now, the different ways that it can happen, are some of them considered more serious in terms of diagnosis than others? I mean, in terms of what you're going to do to treat them?
What I would say is that it's not so much the mechanism, but rather the effect. So there can be a very small air leak that is a one-time air leak that doesn't persist, and it goes away on its own. And that could happen from any number of things. Let's say you have a very small puncture, it heals over, and you just have a one-time air leak versus the Macklin effect where you're sneezing or coughing and you have a small little air leak. What matters is if you have a persistent or large air leak that can create pressure inside the chest, it can actually cause a pneumothorax, if you've ever heard of that, where there's too much air in the chest and it starts to collapse a lung. You can have the air in the mediastinum that's actually putting pressure on the heart. The heart's just a big pump, so if you are creating a lot of outside pressure on it, it won't pump as well. It won't be able to do its job. And then the other way that things can go sideways is if you have a tear, especially in your esophagus, what that can do is allow the stomach contents into the or the mediastinum, not pneumo, but the mediastinum, and those contents can create a bad infection. You can become septic, and that can kill you as well. So it's not so much a matter of what the mechanism is, but what the effect is.
Okay. And how do you recognize a pneumomediastinum?
So most typically we'll see it on a chest x-ray. So in a lot of cases, someone will come in with chest pain or they'll come in as a trauma and we get an immediate look to make sure that there's nothing dangerous going on. And we can see air very well on x-rays where it's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay. And so once you see that, is it pretty easy to diagnose what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, how do you typically treat it?
So it depends on what it is. So sometimes it's very serious. Say a gunshot wound, they'll have to go in and resect part of the lung or clamp it to stop that air leak or put in a chest tube. Sometimes a surgeon will have to go in and repair the esophagus. A lot of times we just watch the patient. So about 80 to 90% of the time, the condition is not anything that we need to do anything about, and we'd consider it to be benign, meaning harmless. It's there, but we need to watch it and make sure it doesn't persist or get worse.
Okay. And is there any particular time limit on how long that may take?
Well, typically, if we saw a small amount of air on a chest x-ray, for example, but the patient's vital signs were stable, they weren't having any trouble breathing, everything else looked okay, we would typically watch them for 24 hours and retest and make sure that the condition isn't getting worse and that it's getting better.
Okay. And in your reading of the records in this case, did you note when the condition was first noted?
Yes, it would have been on arrival to the emergency department.
Okay. And did you then also note in the same records when it was determined that it was no longer an issue?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day.
Okay. So do you recall, was it less than 24 hours later that the condition was no longer noted?
I believe it was.
Okay. Now, upon reviewing the medical records in this case and the videos in this case, is it possible for you to tell with any degree of certainty how the condition arose in this case?
No.
And why not?
Again, there are multiple ways that it can happen. Certainly, it could be from any type of struggle where someone is in a fight or a struggle, like, for example, the first instance where there's a tug of war over Fatima and she goes down to the ground. Or the next instance might be where there's, I call it a dog pile, but there's a group of people who all fall on top of her. It could have happened there. There's an instance where they're on the ground and there's contact with her neck. It could have happened there. There's a struggle afterwards that I can't see in any of the videos. Could have happened there. I don't know.
Okay. And so once the person comes into the hospital and they are found to have this condition, is there typical conditions placed upon them when they're being observed?
Yeah, so what we're concerned about, obviously, is that this condition is going to get worse. The patient may need to go to surgery. They may need to be heavily sedated so that a camera can be placed down their trachea or the esophagus, whichever one they're worried about. And in those cases, we don't want the patient to eat or drink anything because they are put at a great risk for aspiration during that procedure. So just like if I'm worried about someone with appendicitis, they come in with right lower abdominal pain, I'm going to have them not eat or drink anything until we know that it's not that and that they're not going to surgery. So we'll keep the person what we call NPO, or nothing by mouth, until we have a better idea of what the clinical picture is and if they need any further intervention. Okay. And then obviously we watch them. They're on a monitor. We're making sure that they're not going into any respiratory distress or cardiac distress or anything like that.
All right. And in this particular case, when you reviewed the medical records, did you see any sort of a specific treatment that was undertaken in this case?
I believe, obviously, observation, imaging in terms of x-rays, and then I believe an antibiotic was given and the patient was kept NPO, as we call it, or nothing by mouth.
Okay. And did you see any indication that there were any scopes done or anything else?
No.
And is that typical in a case like this?
I would say it is. With a very small amount of air that resolves, there's no reason to put that patient at risk because there's not an obvious ongoing air leak.
Okay. Is there typically any difference in a case of pneumomediastinum where a younger person is involved versus a full-grown adult?
The only thing that I would say is that younger patients, especially very young patients, have smaller airways. And so if there is some sort of compressive element, like an ongoing air leak, they can decompensate faster than adults. But the mechanism overall is the same. So they're treated the same way.
Okay. And can you tell me what tension mediastinum?
Yeah, so tension mediastinum, again, is pressure or tension on the contents of the mediastinum. And in that case, we're talking about compressive pressure on the heart. So if you can imagine your heart wants to beat in its usual fashion, if you're putting tension on it, just like if you're putting fluid around the sac in the heart's not able to beat as well as it would. And in fact, you can end up going into shock from that.
Okay. And if you have this tension mediastinum, then you have a more of a continual flow of air in, causing the pressure to build up. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Correct.
And you had mentioned tears of the esophagus. Obviously, that's something that sounds pretty serious. What does that cause?
Again, so that can cause stomach contents to leak into the mediastinum. And again, that's really dangerous because of the risk of infection.
And again, no evidence of that in this case that you
No.
saw? Okay. What is a mucosal tear?
So the mucosa is like the lining of your mouth. Or the lining of your trachea. It's just a tear in that, in that material.
Okay. And was there one noted in this case?
It was suspected, but not confirmed.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
So you can't tell if someone has a mucosal tear in their esophagus or in their trachea by CT scan. You just can't see that level of detail. You need to go in with a scope and actually visually inspect it to see if there's a tear there, and that wasn't done in this case.
Okay. And is that generally, do you think, because this case resolved on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And what about mediastinitis? What is that?
So that would be inflammation around the mediastinum, as you would see with an esophageal tear, for example.
Okay. And you said one of the big issues that could be dangerous in certain cases of pneumomediastitis is infections?
It can be.
Okay. And were there any infections noted in the medical records in this case?
No.
Okay. So you said 80 to 90% of these cases typically resolve on their own. Does that just mean, what does that mean in terms of resolve on their own?
It means that we see some air where it's not supposed to be, and that it doesn't progress into a more dangerous condition, and that no intervention is needed. And so that's it. The patient gets better, and we don't need to do anything.
Okay. And so in your case, how would you classify the condition pneumomediastinum as it applies to Fatima?
I would say it was a mild presentation of it that resolved completely by the next day.
Okay. And given what you know, was this condition going to ever cause her death or kill her?
No.
Okay. And when something like this happens and it resolves, does it leave any permanent damage?
No.
And does it cause any permanent injury in any way?
No.
So what? Does that make it okay? Because it's a
Um,
permanent injury or damage? Stop. Oh, no. Be quiet, Sheila. Nope. Nope.
All right. I think that those are the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Really just about to. Good afternoon. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
You talked about the risk of aspiration in surgery, and that is when food doesn't stay in the stomach or saliva and goes into the lungs. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And so what's the consequence of food
Y'all
or
are
saliva
following.
or something going into someone's lungs?
So it can cause respiratory failure at the worst. It can cause infection and scarring of the lung.
Okay. Pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Sir, no testifying.
when you said nothing by mouth, if somebody has to go into surgery and they have eaten within 24 hours, it increases the risk of aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the reason to not have somebody eat during this 24-hour period is if something goes wrong and they have to go into surgery, you don't want to increase the risk of aspiration. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So if this had happened on a backpacking trip and this person was a 3-4 day hike out, okay, in this scenario, no helicopter rescue, and she didn't get medical treatment, would the outcome have been different?
In this case, no.
How come?
So there was obviously a small air leak, and we know that because of the chest x-ray. If this had happened out in the backcountry, there wouldn't have been an x-ray, and probably no one would have known that it was even there. There was no demise of the patient in terms of a change in vital signs or difficulty breathing or anything along those lines. If they hadn't taken the x-ray, they would never have even known that it was there.
And so if I was backpacking and this had happened, and I'm talking to this person, would this person have known something's going on with my chest? I feel like I have air in my chest. What does the patient understand in general?
So oftentimes they'll have some pain. They may have some chest pain or some neck pain where the air is dissected or something like that. But someone who has a persistent air leak where the air keeps filling up and compressing the lungs, they become increasingly more uncomfortable, may have increasing shortness of breath or chest pain or racing heart as the heart's trying to compensate because it can't beat well, any number of things.
And in this situation, were any of those symptoms about persistent air leak, pressure on the heart, collapsing lung present from what you saw?
No.
So this is a situation where she comes into the emergency department, there's a whole array of tests done, fair? Or?
There's an array of tests done.
Okay, including an x-ray, correct?
Yes.
A chest x-ray?
Yes.
And what you're saying is that the chest x-ray would have been what picked up this air?
That would be the first way to pick up the air. And then a lot of times we'll do a CAT scan after that and then watch the patient.
Okay. So really this was testing that identified the issue and then was simply monitored for 24 hours.
Correct.
And there was no intervention needed.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Dr. Stankus, I have some questions.
I thought you might.
Right, yep.
Dr. Stankus, you talked about preparing for this case by looking at medical records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that you looked at, I think, video. Did you say photographs as well?
I did, yes.
And for those photographs, were those, what photographs were those?
Oh boy, they were contained within the medical record.
Okay. And so were those photos of Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what those were photographs of?
Primarily of her head and neck, but also just a full body video, or not video, rather a photograph.
Okay. And do you recall when you were looking at those photographs, did those photographs of her injury play is not the right word, but factor into your opinion or diagnosis or evaluation in any way?
I mean, I certainly considered them, yes.
Okay. And how did you consider them? What does that mean when you say that, ma'am?
So there was obvious contact with the neck, the head and neck. There were some abrasions on her shoulders and her neck with some bruising.
Okay. And when you were going through and trying to prepare kind of your opinion for today, did you look at any research articles or anything of that nature about either strangulation or pneumomediastinum, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you've never met or treated Fatima before, is that correct?
I have not.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you about just payment for testimony being here in that customary rate. What does a customary rate mean?
So expert witnesses in this state typically earn about $500 an hour.
Okay. What about if you're coming for testimony itself?
So I typically charge my clinical fee for the day, which is $2,400.
Okay. And what about if you're writing a report? Is that extra for a report, or is that included as part of that process in time, in terms of time that you would spend?
It's included, so it's just an hourly rate.
Okay. You didn't create a report here though, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you asked to create a report here?
I was not.
And you talked about, I don't recall if you talked about testifying before or working just in other fields as part of your other part of your time. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Have you actually testified before?
I have.
In a criminal case?
I have.
Okay. On behalf of the prosecution?
Not in trial, no.
Okay. And you talked about, in terms of your experience and where you've worked, it's primarily in the ER, in the emergency medical field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not in like pediatric medicine, anything specialty in strangulation, ENT, nothing like that.
No, we treat adults and kids, and it's a big part of our training. Maybe 30% of our patient population is pediatric.
Sure, absolutely. And so you would assume that folks that worked in the ER were trained in a broad field of folks, right? I mean, the medical degree is the medical degree.
No, I mean, emergency medicine is its own specialty. And so in order to work in the emergency department, you have to be credentialed to do that and have specialized training.
Sure. And so you would say the same would be true for like an ENT or a pediatric doctor, fair? Yes?
Fair. As we discussed, a pediatric doctor or pediatrician couldn't work in the emergency department as an emergency physician, even a pediatric emergency department, unless they were specialty trained in emergency medicine. Any emergency physician trained in emergency medicine could work in a pediatric emergency department.
And if you were in the ER and you needed something exceptional was happening, would you call a specialist in that field?
Yes.
To come assist?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there are, in fact, strangulation specialists and ENTs that will confer with specialists in that field?
It's not a specialty field. Different people, different specialists would tend to see it. We obviously see it because the patient comes to us first. If there is a significant injury to the neck, an ENT doctor or ear, nose, and throat doctor might take care of that.
Right? And ER or emergency medicine is, would you agree that that is kind of a triage medicine by definition?
No.
No? Okay.
No, we.
So you're admitting and then you're caring and you're maintaining care for those patients once you're done seeing them in the ER?
So we diagnose and stabilize and do the initial treatment. Sometimes, for example, we'll do a scope in the emergency department. If further, we do a lot of procedures and interventions. If the patient needs further specialty care. So as an example, we would be the one to diagnose a heart attack. And then we would call a cardiologist to take that patient to the cath lab to do any interventions that were needed, because we obviously don't do that.
Okay, so then that follow-on care would be farmed is not the right word, but farmed out to someone else for that longer term care after the initial diagnosis and stabilization. Do I understand?
Yeah, so once we diagnose, do any procedures we need to do, life-saving procedures, stabilize the patient, then that patient may go onto the floor of the hospital or the ICU or straight to surgery or something along those lines.
Okay, and in this case, was the request to you then, or really the entirety of the request, just to evaluate the pneumomediastinum as it existed here?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any request to opine about strangulation at all, or look into that piece of the medical records and come to an opinion about that?
There was not.
Okay. And I think you talked about those three kind of manners in which pneumomediastinum could occur. You talked about the penetrating injury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Macklin's effect, and the agreed that no one knows how to spell Borhaus effect as we stand here.
Borhaus syndrome. Yeah.
Thank you. Borhaus syndrome. And if I understand your opinion of the Macklin effect, and I don't say opinion, your testimony about the Macklin effect, you're saying that that is only happens as a result of chest compression. So it's only happening when somebody, there's an external compression on the chest and the airflow has been cut off. Is that your opinion, or are we misunderstanding that?
Well, that is one way that it can happen.
Okay.
So as we discussed before, if someone takes a deep breath, for example, it's not unlike the scuba diving in a way. If you take a deep breath or you're startled and go down and someone lands on top of you and you have a sudden compressive effect, it's like taking a balloon and squeezing it very tightly. There's a possibility it could pop. If on the other hand, your mouth is open and you just jump on top of the person, there's not that increased pressure, you're not going to have that effect. So we talked about that compression, but then we also talked about any type of Valsalva maneuver where you're bearing down and you're activating your abdominal muscles and you're bearing down in your chest. What that does is it increases the intrathoracic pressure. And if you do that hard enough, like with violent vomiting or struggling, sometimes you can see it in wrestling or weightlifting, something along those lines, you can have that same effect.
And so you used wrestling as an example. So when we talk about it in terms of wrestling and bearing down and breathing hard, why did you use wrestling as an example?
Just because I've seen that happen. For example, another thing that you can see sometimes is like petechiae. That's another example of how you can have increased basically backflow that causes little ruptures. In that case, it's with the vascular system, not the airway, but it's the same concept. I've seen it with people who've been arm wrestling, for example.
So when you're talking about, let's say, like petechiae or the pneumomediastinum, let's say that somebody is strangling you from behind, they have you in a arm bar and you're gasping for air. Would you anticipate that that could cause a pneumomediastinum and or petechiae?
It could, yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with the Macklin effect then that you're talking about?
It could, yes.
Okay. You talked about identifying if there is a tear in the trachea or esophagus by potentially doing a scope. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Okay. that's pretty common means for checking to see if there's a tear. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I would say that if you're talking about mucosal tear, that's the only way to see it. You won't see that level of detail on a CAT scan.
Okay. And would you agree that if there has been trauma to someone's throat, you may be disinclined from a medical perspective to put a scope down there and add trauma to see if there's already trauma? Does that question make sense?
It does make sense, but you're not causing more trauma by putting a scope down. You're basically, so when you're talking about the trachea remains open, unlike the esophagus, with the cartilaginous rings around it. It's always open. It doesn't collapse like the esophagus can. You're just putting a small, I almost want to say like this, the caliber of this, and there's a little light and a camera on the end of it, and you're literally just going down and you're looking around to make sure that you don't see any injury, like no bubbles of air or blood or other things that would indicate an air leak. So I wouldn't say that it would cause more trauma.
Just wanted to indicate the doctor held up one of the cables, very thinner cables from the microphone system as she was trying to describe the size of the scope.
I apologize.
Well, you're fine.
And I would say it's about a 1/4 inch diameter.
Thank you. And earlier you said one of the concerns that you have when dealing with children is that I'm going to use the wrong term, so please correct me, that the throat size is smaller, right? The airway is smaller. Is that fair?
Everything's smaller. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By definition, everything on a child is smaller. Does that give you then more concern or more, are you more cautious then as a doctor in terms of injuries that may have occurred to a child and how you're going to treat that child?
Yeah. So like I said, if for example, there's a persistent air leak in a child, that may cause decompensation more rapidly, especially around the airway, because it's a smaller airway to have to compress.
So in this case, would you, knowing that a pneumomediastinum is presented in Fatima, knowing that the injuries that she has incurred and knowing what has been described as the cause of those injuries, and specifically a prolonged strangulation, are you saying you would have scoped Fatima to see what was happening in her throat, or do you agree that the scope was not appropriate?
Well, the reason it wasn't appropriate was because it was such a small amount of air, and because there was no respiratory distress, her vital signs were normal. If you were truly concerned about a persistent air leak due to trauma, or you were concerned that there was a lot of swelling around the airway and that the airway would be closed, you'd actually probably prophylactically intubate her. So if you were worried that there was that much trauma to the airway, you might even intubate.
You might, but not necessarily.
If you were worried about airway and significant amount of soft tissue swelling, especially over that next day, but not without any respiratory distress, not without any difficulty breathing or swallowing or voice changes or evidence of, for example, fractures in the cartilage of the neck. I don't think it was indicated in this case.
And that would be assuming you know what the source of the leak is, though, also, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So tell me about that.
You could have potentially a small mucosal tear that creates a one-time brief passage of air into the mediastinum and seals itself over, and you don't have a persistent leak. You could also have one of the alveoli rupture, like we talked about in the Macklin effect, and you have a transient passage of air, it seals itself up, and that's it. There's no additional leakage.
But you don't know what that source is without looking. Is that fair?
You can't know.
Okay. And the standard of care, if you're worried about someone with a pneumomediastinum, is that you call an ENT and or keep them for observation. That's correct? I understood that from your testimony. Okay.
Yes.
And is that because that condition can go poorly? It could go great. but it could also go very poorly. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, as you said earlier, you're not involved in that aftercare. You know what the care is supposed to be, but you're not actually involved in that. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And you're not just sending a patient with pneumomediastinum home and saying, call us if something goes south, right?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Would that be the same with strangulation patients then? If somebody came in and said, complained of strangulation, said it described this incident that occurred to you, and you saw a pneumomediastinum, you also wouldn't be sending that patient home.
Correct.
Saying, just call us.
Correct. So the things that would keep that patient in the hospital would be significant airway restriction of the airway, or significant swelling around the structures of the airway, causing constriction on the airway, any type of vascular injury, any fractures in the neck, or pneumomediastinum.
Okay. And so you said you agreed that pneumomediastinum can occur after strangulation, and particularly that manual strangulation creates that increased air pressure in the chest cavity during the incident itself. You would agree with that?
It can.
Okay. And when that air then leaves the chest cavity and air moves, right? Generally speaking, it's not stagnant?
Yes, it moves.
Okay. And if it then dissects the neck and the chest, can that cause a subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, in fact, sometimes that's all we see. So one of the things that we do in trauma patients is we always just feel the skin, and we call it crepitus. And so sometimes you can definitely feel that the air in all of the tissues.
Can you explain to the jury what subcutaneous emphysema is?
It's just air within the skin tissues and the fat. And so it's almost like we call it like Rice Krispies. So if it's there, a lot of times you can feel it. It feels very odd. It's not supposed to be there.
It's another place the air is not supposed to be, is under the skin?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood your testimony with Mr. Kading, but you indicated that some of the complications that can arise from pneumomediastinum is the mediastinitis?
Yes.
Okay. And tension pneumomediastinum?
Yes.
Did you talk about pneumopericardium?
No, but we kind of discussed that same mechanism.
You kind of talked about the pneumothorax, is that right?
Pneumothorax, but also compressive elements on the heart.
So if you're talking about pneumopericardium, can you tell the jury what that is?
So it could be air within the pericardial sac. So you have the heart, and then you have the sac that surrounds the heart. And sometimes you can have blood that's going into there, bleeding into that sac. You could, with penetrating trauma, have air. Or you could just have air within the mediastinum itself that is building up and just having a compressive force on all of it, on the pericardium and the cardiac tissue itself.
And each of those complications that arise from the pneumomediastinum could all potentially be life-threatening if things don't go well. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you have continued pressure on all of those structures, that can cause collapse of lungs and cardiovascular collapse or shock.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about something being benign. I think you used the word benign with Mr. Kading, that in this case, the pneumomediastinum ended up being benign. You don't know that something is going to be benign at the outset, right? Meaning, maybe I phrase this a different way. You could have a concussion, you could have a brain bleed, you could have swelling of the brain. All of those things could end up, or a tumor, all of those things could be benign, but it could also not. Is that correct?
I think the examples are not any examples I would use. Like,
okay.
You could have abdominal pain that ends up being nothing requiring surgery or any intervention. Could you have a really small brain bleed that doesn't require anything, doesn't cause any swelling? I wouldn't use the example of brain swelling. That would be
okay.
That would be more serious. under
You
any
wouldn't call that
circumstances.
benign?
No.
Okay. Would you keep, generally speaking, what else would you put in the category of benign?
Some sort of like a mole. It's not going to progress to, it's abnormal. It's a growth on the skin, but it's not going to develop into a cancer probably.
Sure. But would you agree that someone with, say, for example, a mole doesn't come into the ER and then get admitted for observation for a number of days?
No, but I would also say that we keep people for
Y'all, I'm dying over here. I'm dying over here. She said, you don't think somebody's gonna come in for a mole. Look, I've almost look, I have to go to my phone to see who they were gifted to. Oh my goodness, Evamos, thank you. Oh look, I'm over here reaching for my glasses. They went to, look at that, Katie 214, Jake, Blooming Kinder, Pamela Tavel, and Vinny Jr. Oh, thank you, Vamos. That's so sweet of you. Okay, but back up. I'm gonna back up just a second because she just cracked me up. I'm sorry. Yes, if you were gifted a membership, thank Vamos, please. Jade, what is Jade? Did I read something wrong? No. Oh, Jade. You're right. I did read it wrong. It's Jade. See? I didn't have my glasses on looking at my phone. Thank you. Okay, I backed it up. What is this lady talking about? A mole? They're not going to go to... Okay, I backed it up. Let's go. I'm going to hit play.
And get admitted for observation for a number of days.
Okay. Cancer probably.
Sure. But would you agree that someone with, say, for example, a mole doesn't come into the ER and then get admitted for observation for a number of days?
No, but I would also say that we keep people for abdominal pain while we're waiting results to make sure that there's nothing serious in that. And we may not do anything about it. There may not be anything serious with that, but we still need to look.
Sure. And if Fatima had just come in with just pain in her chest and just a pneumomediastinum with nothing else occurring, is it your opinion that maybe the treatment would have been different than it is in the current case?
No, I think she would have been admitted and observed to make sure that that wasn't something more serious.
And when the pneumomediastinum resolved, so to speak, within 24 hours, she wasn't released either. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And if I understand, you said it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. Pneumomediastinum as a one of the effects of strangulation. That's not common, but also not uncommon. Is that correct?
With respect to strangulation, I've reviewed hundreds of cases, and again, I've only seen one other case.
And yeah, I think you described that case as a dragging case. Is that right?
So the person was dragged by a hoodie and then got into a wrestling match over a phone or something.
Okay, so there was pressure around that person's neck, and then they were drugged by that pressure, and then wrestling of some sort occurred as well. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And in the course of remind me how long, I believe you said it was 10 years at some point in the ER, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In the course of your 10 years, how many times have you seen pneumomediastinum?
Actually, we talked about this. I don't keep track of these records. I don't know. Maybe a dozen, like gross pneumomediastinum. I mean, we see that subcutaneous air, so we know that there's an air leak somewhere, but you don't necessarily see pneumomediastinum on imaging. But again, it's not particularly common.
So less than a dozen times in a dozen or less times in the last 10 years?
I don't know. I think that's probably an understatement, but I don't want to overstate either.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And you don't have a recollection of male, female, young, old, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation itself is very serious?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation in a child is potentially even more concerning than an adult?
I wouldn't, I mean, they're both concerning. But what I
Sure.
would say is, as with the pneumomediastinum, in kids, the airway is more narrow. And so it takes less to close that airway. So if you have an airway that's an inch in diameter versus a half an inch, obviously it takes less to close that half-inch diameter airway.
Okay, so she just said it takes less to close the airway if they're smaller, as in, with age and stuff. So, hello, you're not helping your defendants, lady.
So then if I understand right, your testimony is that plainly the amount of force that it would require to significantly damage a child would be less to damage a child than it would be to use on an adult. Is that fair? I mean, in terms of closing.
That's the court. I didn't do nothing.
Child's brain is still developing. You would agree with that? There's still another brain development curve from 22 to 26. So
Sure.
They have developed, but there's still more to come. Yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Although I'm not a neurocognitive expert, but sure.
Well, would you agree that there is a brain development still coming from 22 to 26? Give it thereabouts. I mean, and car insurance companies figured it out a lot earlier than the rest of us. Fair?
And rental car companies.
Yes. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Would you agree that if you saw indications in the emergency room of strangulation of a child, you wouldn't simply indicate that it was benign and send that child home, let alone home with their parents? Is that fair?
So typically what our practice is in the emergency department is, again, if there is evidence of strangulation, we almost always do a CAT scan of the head and neck, and we look for any vascular injuries. We look for any fractures in the neck. We look for any significant swelling of the neck. If the patient, if all of those things are normal, it would be our standard to send that patient home with return precautions. If any of those things are abnormal, it would be our standard of care to admit them, at least for an observation period.
And if you have a child coming in complaining of strangulation and you're seeing that pneumomediastinum, and the allegation was that the parent was the perpetrator, would you be sending that child back home with that parent?
I mean, I think the question in a certain sense is moot, because if you see pneumomediastinum on any patient, I would admit that patient for observation.
Okay. And do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
I'm sorry, ask that one more time.
Sure. Do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
It can, yes.
Okay. And you don't regularly see pneumomediastinum as a symptom of strangulation. That is the rarity versus the normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, redirect.
Just a couple of points of clarification. Regarding pneumopericardium, was that what it was? I didn't ask you about that. Was there any indication in any of the medical records that you reviewed in this case that that was in any way an issue?
No.
Okay. And you started talking about some other things I didn't ask you about, like the subcutaneous emphysema. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where the air is in a different place rather than in the mediastinum area?
So as we discussed, air likes to move. And so if you have an air leak from the alveoli, the small little sacs in the lung, it's going to start tracking and moving because there aren't like fascial planes or something to stop it. It's going to move around the mediastinum, and with gravity, it goes up. So it's going to move its way up. It can also move its way out into the tissues and eventually get resorbed into the tissues. And so you can get this air under the tissues. It's actually better that it goes there than stays in the chest and starts compressing things.
Was there any of that in this case that you saw in the records?
Not that I'm aware of.
And just to clarify then, the air that's in the mediastinum area, what happens to it?
It eventually just gets resorbed.
Okay, so you don't have to do anything to make that happen.
No, unless it's causing a compressive effect, and in that case, we may have to dart the chest with a needle and then put in a chest tube or something like that.
And that would be an indicative of the ongoing air leak into that area, though, right?
Absolutely.
And that was not in this case.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I really have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Recross?
Thank you, Ron. I just want to follow up on a couple of points. So Ms. Stone asked, you admit the patient, and she kind of gave you two options. One, it could go poorly, or two, it could go great, correct? That's
Correct.
what, I mean, that was the dichotomy that she set up, correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for, is this getting worse? Is it resolving? Is it staying the same?
Right. And so to admit a patient is precautionary in some instances, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that in this situation, it was precautionary for monitoring to see what happens next, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't admitted directly into surgery, correct?
Correct.
And that could have been an option if it appeared that, her vitals were showing signs of distress, correct?
Yes.
Or other indications that this was not going well, correct?
Yes.
But at this point, it was simply in a monitoring phase.
Right.
And then within 24 hours, it turned out that further intervention wasn't necessary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you answered this question that I'd written down, but so in terms of the presence of air in the chest cavity, best case scenario is it resolves naturally. It dissipates through the tissue, through the body, correct?
Right.
The other alternative I think you just talked about is you insert a needle to then release that air, correct?
Yes.
And I think it's kind of obvious, the preferred way is to have it resolve naturally, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what happened here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of at this point, just because she's admitted, there wasn't a probability of death absent medical intervention. Fair?
Fair.
There was no indication of permanent loss of lung function, correct?
Yes.
Or esophagus, trachea, no long-term disfigurement, correct?
Correct.
And no permanent loss or impairment of her function, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this was an issue that was identified, it was observed, and it resolved on its own. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ms. Stone, any further cross-examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor, thank you.
Dr. Stankus, I just want to be clear. Admission is precautionary, but you don't admit most patients to the hospital that come into the ER, right? I mean, fair to say you see hundreds or thousands of patients a year in the ER.
Correct. So we call for admission, and a hospitalist or a surgeon will admit the patient.
And in this case, Fatima needed medical admission and medical.
Stream did it again. That's not me.
Whether how that condition is treated before you know the outcome either. Fair? Meaning because went well for her doesn't mean
That's on their end.
that's how you decided
I mean-
whether it was a condition that needed observation or not.
Yeah, so anytime we admit someone for observation, whether it's chest pain or, in this case, pneumomediastinum or
Give her a
or
beret.
airway precautions, that condition may or may not, the thing that we are worried about may or may not happen, but we still admit them to make sure that it doesn't, or if it does, to intervene as needed.
Sure, and as you reviewed those medical reports for Fatima, when counsel, I believe Mr. Leary just asked you about, you didn't see any indication of a permanent injury, and the outcome of the pneumomediastinum wasn't a probability of death. The pneumomediastinum itself, is that correct? I mean, you said no, you agreed with him that that was not a probability of death based on the pneumomediastinum itself. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. But the pneumomediastinum was accompanied by strangulation, and strangulation itself can result in death. You agree with that?
Strangulation can result in death.
And Fatima didn't show up at the ER with a skinned knee and a bruise on her thigh. You agree with that after reviewing the medical reports?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kadeen Rebrecross?
Yes, just one point of clarification. So, doctor, let's say that I have a hangnail and it gets a bad infection and it spreads up my arm and goes to my heart and kills me. Can that happen?
It can.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, anything further? All right, anything further, Ms. Stone?
Are you admitting the person with the hangnail, doctor?
If they have evidence of that spreading infection up their arm, they may be admitted for IV antibiotics to make sure that they're responding to it.
Sure, when there's an indication that something has gone significantly different than a normal hangnail. Is that fair to say?
Julia, are you admitting a hangnail?
Mr. Kadeen?
No more, thank you.
And may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
No.
Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stickis, thank you very much. You are excused and you may step down.
She's like, yeah, get me the hell out of here. I need to get on a plane back to Vegas. I'm
Members
out.
of the jury, we are going to recess at this time. And as you know, we are not in session on Friday. And so we are going to resume the presentation of evidence on Monday.
Okay, no court
Thank you
Friday.
very much for your time and attention. Thank you for your patience. And also, I know I say this every day, and I will say it every day that we are in this process. Please continue to follow all of my instructions. Please continue to be vigilant to ensure that no outside information comes to you in any fashion about this case. Thank you. I'll have the bailiffs come forward.
Yep. All right. So see, there's our answer for tomorrow. Yes, it was a total waste of time, Cindy. I'm like, oh my God, her testimony was so pointless because she's going to admit a hangnail. Okay. Out of all that, she's going to admit a hangnail. So, okay. If it has an infection. Okay. Whatever. That was off the rails. Crazy. All the drama, all the confusion,
Please be seated.
moving around people. Okay, let's hear what they got to say.
All that energy about rescheduling, and we didn't need to.
See?
Which is a good thing. All right, Ms. Stone, can you please indicate who you believe will
Oh, I
be
hope not
called
either.
on Monday starting?
Okay, they muted. They're not going to tell us anything. Okay. Well, guys, that was great. And yeah, so tomorrow we're off. We're off. I may pop in tomorrow evening and just do a pop-up live just for fun. Depending on what's going on around my house. Fridays are sometimes busy. Like I said, we do our personal stuff on Fridays, which is usually me and Hector's day. So anyways, if I don't see y'all tomorrow, and we won't see Maria no matter what, because she's going to the water park. You have a hangnail, you're going to the ER as soon as this ends. Don't die. Yeah. Don't crash out on us. Okay, Cindy, don't crash out on us. I mean, I pulled my fingernail into a quick, and it's like, irritating me. Should I go to the ER? I mean, it probably has a little infection in it. Yeah, the hangnail, that was it for me. I was like, I'm out. Peace. Yeah. Anyways, y'all have a great night. And until I see y'all next time, peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great night.